Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1422 of the War News stream. And we have big news tonight out of every region. We've heard that U.S. forces have launched a massive deployment to the Middle East in addition to the aircraft carrier currently en route. We've also heard that Ukraine has struck several major Russian cities today, causing major damage. And also another Russian oil tanker has been seized near Venezuela to the dismay of Vladimir Putin. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear significant developments from Eastern Europe, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, the Latin Americas, and also the United States of America itself. As we have been able to hear, starting with our large stories first and moving on to the smaller ones, that the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted one of the largest and most damaging attacks on the Russian Federation with their long-range drone and missile forces that has been seen over the course of this year, generally over the course of about the past few months, as we have seen that multiple electrical substations have been hit in critical cities and also industrial sites throughout the country, including refineries and other military systems and sites that appear to have also been directly hit and damaged by the Ukrainian attacks overnight, meaning that this is one of the largest sweeping and most broadly damaging attacks conducted on the Russian Federation in some time by Ukrainian drone and missile forces. Additionally, we have been able to see that in response, the Russian Federation seems to be getting in a bit of a tizzy, as they are stating that they currently are viewing the international situation to be deteriorating, a lot like their internal situation, and they're also starting to complain about Europe remilitarizing, much to the dismay of some people in the United States who say that the Europeans are weak. Apparently, they're remilitarizing enough, the Russians are getting scared. We've also been able to see the Ukrainian drones were able to land a very significant hit and cause tremendous damage to the port of Primorsk, or as we call it here on the channel, the port of Prime Orks, as the fire started to rage quite significantly at the oil storage depots and silos directly on land and appear to have caused a significant delay in the loading of Russian oil onto ships that are currently violating sanctions to be able to sell that oil to other countries around the world, including the Republic of India and the People's Republic of China, which are generally Russia's primary customers. Additionally, we have also been able to hear that U.S. force deployments will be ongoing into the Middle East, and we finally have gotten the answer to the age-old question, folks, of whether or not the United States of America would need an aircraft carrier and naval assets in the area to conduct a strike on Iran. And it turns out, folks, put a little, let's see, what would they call it? A tip in the tip jar, a nickel in the enforcers were right column, because it actually appears that the U.S. is having to wait for the carrier strike group, the USS Abraham Lincoln, to arrive because they considered the defensive situation to be untenable without the existence of the carrier strike group within CENTCOM's area of responsibility. We have also been able to hear that at the same time, inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, significant reprisals are still being conducted against the Iranian citizenry, with orders now being given, now that the nation is under martial law, that if any demonstrators and protesters are seen in the streets, they are to be shot on sight. And video evidence is largely showing that that's still ongoing over the course of the day. The protests and revolutions also appear to be dying down, most likely due to the intensity and severity at which the Iranian government has started to arrest and kill the amount of uprisings that have been conducted throughout the country. The city of Mashhad appears to have almost been completely cleared out of any form of demonstrations or uprisings, as Iranian internal security forces appear to have an incredibly strong grip over most areas of the city at this point. While we've also seen additional information showing that while that is ongoing, some protests and revolutions are still trying to stay alive at this moment, including the ones within Iraq and also within a few areas of Tehran. We've also heard that Iraqi militias inside of the border regions near Tehran have actually been trucked into the country and apparently paid for by the Iranian government to come in and also help to put down the revolution and to fire upon the crowds using external forces, generally mercenaries, from inside of Iraq, which is news that just emerged today. Additionally, we've also been able to hear multiple different stories and statements about why the United States and Israel have not conducted strikes on Iran yet. With some saying that within Israel they asked the United States to wait because they're not necessarily ready, while we've also heard that some Middle Eastern countries asked the United States to give Iran a second chance, while others are saying that the U.S. carrier isn't within the area and that's why they haven't been able to conduct strikes yet, and also others have come up with different theories altogether as to why that has not happened. We have also seen that U.S. columns or convoys have been on the move within Syrian Democratic Forces controlled territory at the moment for unknown reasons, while heavy fighting is still going on near to the area Deir Hafer and also the Sheikh Massoud neighborhood of the city of Aleppo. We unfortunately don't have any video evidence of those battles today, but they are still ongoing from what we've been able to hear. Outside of that, we have also seen that within Europe, we have heard some fairly significant developments. For one, Poland will now be providing an additional 9 MiG-29 jets to the state of Ukraine for their air force, while we've also heard that the French Republic has now announced that they provide nearly 2/3 of all intelligence to the state of Ukraine and have now superseded the United States in terms of strategic importance for the state of Ukraine's continued efforts inside of the war in Ukraine. We've also heard that the Germans have lamented the fact that they shut down a large amount of their nuclear reactors and power plants in a prior decade and are now stating that that was a humongous strategic blunder on the part of the Federal Republic of Germany and that may have to be reversed and fixed in future years. Denmark has also stated that they are ready to defend, fight, and die for Greenland if the United States attempts a military annexation. Meanwhile, in the Americas, we have also heard that apparently the U.S. is planning on conducting some form of a quasi-occupation of Venezuela using private military companies only. Basically, we are going to be semi-occupying Venezuela through mercenary groups, primarily, without using the U.S. Army to actually do it, at least according to claims that have been made at the moment. One of Russia's shadow tankers was also seized today inside the Caribbean near to the coast of Venezuela, which is the MT Veronica, which was seized by U.S. forces within the area over the course of the day, once again leading Putin with a great deal of dismay as to why this keeps happening, and also due to the fact that, for some reason, Putin doesn't really feel that compelled to respond when the U.S. is the one seizing the ships, as we still really haven't heard any pointed statements by the Russians about these continued U.S. seizures of Russian oil tankers. Additionally, we've also been able to hear some significant developments out of Washington, D.C., as we are now hearing that a congressional research report on funding has started to conclude that a Trump-class battleship could cost anywhere in between $15 to $22 billion without any weaponry included, meaning just the hull itself and the superstructure is around $15 to $22 billion, far exceeding the cost of a supercarrier like the Gerald R. Ford. Additionally, we've also heard that the U.S. is continuing to pressure Mexico to try and go in and strike the fentanyl labs that are being run by the two major cartels that are involved in the fentanyl trade within the Americas, and we've also been able to hear that new sanctions have been leveraged against Iran, while the president is claiming that everything's good with Iran and absolutely nothing's going on, and also stating that they don't plan on attacking Iran, although we're already seeing that force movements are starting to happen moving into CENTCOM, which would lead us to believe that strikes will be happening soon. There is a humongous amount of news that we have over the course of the day, and we are, of course, going to be making sure to cover each and every single piece of the news that we have, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on into the smaller stories throughout the night. We do have a significant amount of news to cover over the past 24 hours, and I've got to say that generally for tonight, our spread is going to be generally 2/3 major news and about 1/3 of it being smaller stories throughout the day. But with that in mind, folks, it's time for us to move on into our largest story of the day, which actually takes us directly into the Russian Federation, as the Ukrainian armed forces did conduct another drone attack last night, and from what we've seen, the damage caused by this singular drone attack is the largest that we have been able to visually confirm in months. We have seen impacts and devastation all the way just south of Moscow in Ryazan and all the way into the Crimean Peninsula itself at major electrical substations near to the city of Dzhankoy. The Ukrainian attack that was seen overnight is probably one of the most encompassing attacks, at least in terms of the successfulness of their attacks and impacts within the entirety of the country over the past several months, and also appear to once again be putting the Russian Federation generally on the back foot. We will be moving on into Ryazan and then making our way towards Crimea throughout the course of the reporting, and moving us on directly in the Ryazan, we were able to confirm that impacts had been seen and reported within the area of Ryazan, and there were also reports of electronic warfare interference happening within this area. Oh, and we can see the explosion right there. Well, what do you know?
Big boom. Big boom. Little mosquito sound out there. Look at the little truck or something down there is flashing. It looks like it went off.
It looks like they turned that car alarm off really quick. From what we know, Ryazan has been a #1 target of the Ukrainian armed forces over the entirety of the war because within the area of Ryazan, there is a couple of strategic targets. Just a little bit onto the northeastern or northwestern side of Ryazan is a significant amount of Russian aircraft that generally have been operated by the Russian Air Force throughout the entirety of the war. While we do understand that the amount of aircraft and air squadrons that have been involved in operating at this airfield have changed from time to time throughout the war, this has still posed a significant target for the Ukrainian armed forces to attempt to hit and destroy. We also understand that there is a decent metallurgical campus that exists within the northern area as well, which can be used to produce some form of refined metals for the Russian Federation, which can also be a fairly important target to be able to hit. We see that generally, though, these sorts of metallurgical institutions are deprioritized for attacks, and are generally attacked when the Ukrainians just want to hit something, but there isn't really any other high priority targets to hit at that time, meaning that the chances of this area of the city being hit is somewhat more unlikely. But we do understand that the most prevalently hit area of the city of Ryazan is right down here, which this is the RNPK refinery inside of Ryazan. Attached to it is also the thermal power plant of Ryazan as well, which is the Ryanskaya TETS thermal power plant. These two systems, the oil refinery and the thermal power plant, both share the exact same footprint within the southern area of the city of Ryazan, and the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted dozens of attacks against this specific facility throughout the entirety of the war since they started to first conduct these attacks at the beginning of 2023. This means that out of the 3 targets that we know of strategic importance within the area of the city, it is highly likely that this oil refinery and thermal power plant were once again the target of last night's attack. There may have also been an attempt to attack the airfield within the northwestern side of the city, and there's a very low chance that the metallurgical plant was one of the places or locations that was attempted to be attacked last night by the Ukrainian armed forces in the long-range attack against the city of Ryazan. Moving on out of Ryazan, however, and further on south and into the rest of the Russian Federation, where more attacks were heard and reported, we were able to confirm that within the Kursk area, the city's air raid sirens did sound, and apparently there were 3 loud explosions that were heard to the southern area of the city. Kursk is a city that we haven't been able to get any video or picture evidence out of yet, but considering that eyewitness reports are claiming that there were significant explosions near to the southern end of the city, we generally would believe that there has been successful impacts by Ukrainian armed forces within this area. The Ukrainian armed forces were most likely attacking the industrial zones to the south of the city, which you can see in larger form right here on screen. Any one of these buildings could have been hit, and considering that our information is fairly sparse about the actual impacts and damage that has been caused within the southern area of the city city of Kursk, we unfortunately do not know what industrial targets have been hit at this moment and have taken damage within this area. That information will probably be coming out tomorrow, so for now, while we can confirm that there were at least 3 individual explosions and therefore impacts within southern Kursk, we cannot confirm the extent of the damage that has been caused within the city. Moving us on further south and outside of the Kursk Oblast and down towards Voronezh, Voronezh was probably the most heavily hit oblast overnight, as air raid sirens had been reported to sound over Voronezh and also the smaller town of Lisky, which is just to the south of the Voronezh River and also along the Don River. We have seen that in the city of Voronezh, the air raid sirens had sounded and air defense activity appeared to have been present to some extent. And here's the clip. We hear the sound of a drone flying over. Oh,
wow, they actually got that. I can't believe it. That's a shock right there. It would be much better, though, if Russia actually had, like, border air defense where they can actually protect the border, though, because by the time this thing gets into the city, it's already a huge threat at that point, and that's why they always fail at shooting stuff down. It's literally at the last second, right before it's about to hit a building.
man, I gotta say, it's really something else to see. But also, I gotta say, what's even more crazy is that they actually shot one down. I mean, that's fairly rare. Like, we rarely ever see Russian air defense actually work. But it does appear that there was an ongoing air raid over Voronezh, but we have not been able to confirm any direct impacts in Voronezh, meaning that either the air defense was successful in shooting down the incoming Ukrainian drones, or the Ukrainian drones were simply just flying over Voronezh to targets further on in the country, like Ryazan and Saratov. Speaking of the Voronezh Oblast, however, before we move on over to Saratov, we also saw that within the area of Lisky, there have been some fairly large attacks here as well. Lisky is a town that we have hardly ever talked about on air, so I have to take a moment to explain the importance of this town. The town of Lisky is generally an industrial center of the Russian Federation's Voronezh Oblast, and we can see that within some areas of the eastern part of the city, there are of course the larger industrial plants and centers that many people would know of when looking at any form of a Soviet or Russian designed city. Also importantly, there is a significantly large rail yard, or as they call it in Europe, a classification yard that is used for the transportation of vital military equipment and also supplies and raw materials for the Russian Federation economy to be able to operate successfully. We also understand that within the town of Lisky, in a very questionable sort of a deal, they actually have a depot that's at the 666 kilometer mark. So yeah, I guess this is the pit of hell in Russia, because it seems as though that depot is literally right at the very 666 number. Very, very odd with that. But the city was hit quite heavily, and it appears the Ukrainians tried to open up the pits of hell, at least for the city of Lisky overnight. And we were able to see several clips confirming the impacts and hits within the area. Here's one of those clips. Oh. Oh, dang.
A big one. Oh, блядь.
Пиздец, блядь.
This sounds like very primitive reactions to this whole situation. No, bad. It's like just very primitive sounding.
Bro, it went boom, and then someone said, "What's 11?" Moving on from that, we also have been able to confirm that this was once again the town of Lisky, and it does appear to have taken some form of direct impacts. We are still trying to figure out at the moment exactly what impacts there were inside of Lisky and the amount of damage that was caused. But it does appear that the city was heavily hit by Ukrainian drones overnight, and the damage reports will most likely be coming out tomorrow on the exact damage that was caused inside of Lisky. All the way over in Saratov on the Volga River, there were also attacks reported here as well, as an air raid was ongoing within this area, and here's the clip.
Вот он летит.
He's like a caveman that just discovered fire. Also, what's this guy doing just out here in the middle of nowhere?
I don't know, man. I guess this is just what the Russians do in winter, is that they walk down a frozen, snow-covered street in sub-zero temperatures in the middle of the night, around midnight, for reasons. No reason at all, but just reasons.
Interesting. We'll have to assume he's up to something good here. Oh, it's a whole gang of them.
Dang, bro, the hills have eyes type stuff going on out there near Saratov. I wouldn't trust that, honestly. If I saw a whole bunch of Russians walking down the street in the middle of the night, I wouldn't trust that, to be entirely frank. I would be quite concerned of what's going to be going on there. But moving on from that, now the Saratov region, and on down into the occupied areas of Ukraine that the Russian Federation currently holds at the moment, we have also been able to confirm even further damage and impacts that have been caused to electrical substations within this area of the country. First and foremost, near to the area of the city of Dzhankoy, a fairly large electrical substation, this one right here, has been confirmed to have been hit, as there are power outages being reported within Dzhankoy and the surrounding areas at this moment. This is actually one of the larger attacks that we have seen so far. We're saving the crown jewel for last year in a minute, but Dzhankoy is a fairly important city for the Russian Federation and its supply efforts within this region. Some of y'all may know that there's really only two ways to make it into Crimea, either through the Armyansk gap to the west, or Gap, if you want to put it that way, or the Chonhar Gap over here to the east. There's only two ways, and if the Russian Federation wants to get any railroad logistics into Crimea, and considering that the Russian Federation primarily operates in long-range supply lines off of railroads only, the only way that they are able to resupply and operate any Russian forces within the Crimean Peninsula is by this one rail line that crosses through the Chonhar Gap in this area right here. It's this one, and that means that that rail line goes straight into Dzhankoy, and from Dzhankoy it travels further on into Crimea. With the electricity out within this area, there's a bit of an issue. Some of these Russian trains run on electricity, meaning that if there's no power within this area, those trains are not able to operate, and that means that Russian supplies, at least for the moment until power is restored, is completely halted. Outgoing trains that are completely empty of military supplies cannot leave the area, and incoming trains with supplies cannot enter the area until this problem is solved. That might take a day or two, meaning that the Russian Federation is going to have to eat into the supplies that they built up within the oblast, and that will be cutting down a little bit of their available supplies in the midst of an emergency or a significant crisis. So that was an incredibly important hit that we saw over the course of the day. We also saw an additionally incredibly important hit on the electrical substations at the port of Berdyansk. The port of Berdyansk is not heavily used, at least at this point in the war, but it is intermittently used from time to time. You'd actually see the satellite photography here showing us a very recent picture of the port of Berdyansk, and a lot of y'all will think, wow, that looks like an absolute junkyard. You wouldn't be wrong. This thing was completely obliterated nearly in about 2023 during the times that the Ukrainian armed forces started to conduct the longer range strikes for the first time ever on these ports that were being operated by the Russian Federation, and a couple of Russian naval vessels, including a Rapucha-class landing ship, were actually hit and burned down to the waterline and sank right here at this port. They were eventually able to get it operational again, and you're currently seeing it in that state on Google Maps on satellite photography, but it appears that this port may be out of operation even for the limited number of ships that arrive within the area right now, including the rail yards and railway stations that are within this area as well, because once again, the Ukrainians have also hit a very significant electrical substation within the port of Berdyansk, largely knocking out the electricity to both the port and also the rail yards within this area as well, once again hitting another vital Russian supply node. We also were able to see another bit of proof here showing us the hit on the electrical substation of Berdyansk, which we could see right there.
Looks like a decent hit right there. That's something in the rail yard was very flammable. That's almost like an oil well, like you know how they do like those controlled burns off the stack, like sometimes it looks like that.
Yeah, it looks like it really is kind of something along those lines. And also, speaking of which, speaking of something that is oil-based, we have to move on up to the port of Primorsk. Many people know that the Russian Federation, because we have talked about this over and over and over on the channel, has a very limited amount of ports that they can ship oil from. And there's only about 5 of them. There's the port of Tuapse, seen here. There's the port of Novorossiysk, seen right up here. This is the area where they load the oil. We also have the port of Taman, seen right here, which is also where they load oil. And then within the very northern part of the Russian Federation, there are only 2 ports that can load oil. The port of Ust-Luga, seen right here, and then the port of Primorsk, seen right here as well. These are the 5 oil-loading ports of the western region of the Russian Federation. And outside of that, the Russian Federation only has 1 oil-loading port in the eastern part of their country, which is based near to the city of Vladivostok. The Russian Federation has seen that another one of their oil-loading ports has taken damage, as the port of Primorsk, which I'll bring y'all back to up here, has had its fuel holding depots or fuel holding silos directly hit and damaged last night from a Ukrainian long range drone attack. Russian air defense appears to have largely been ineffective, meaning that this facility has sustained damage and will be knocked out for the time being. Here's one of the clips showing us the fire at Primorsk. We've also seen an additional clip showing us the fire a little bit more up close, but also giving us an idea that the damage was significant enough to have shut down port operations temporarily.
А пожарных нет.
Looking like a good situation to me, and to be entirely honest with y'all, the Ukrainian drone attack last night has rendered a great deal of damage. Over the course of last night's attack, the Ukrainians have been able to knock out 2 major Russian supply nodes by knocking out the electrical power within those areas. They have also been able to render the port of Primorsk inoperable at least for a limited period of time, and they have also caused damage to several key Russian cities, including Ryazan, Lysky, and also Saratov, in the midst of last night's attack. Meaning that right now, while we're getting damage assessments out of Ryazan, Lysky, and also Saratov, we can already confirm at least 3 critical points of damage that have been caused to Russia's economic and war efforts overnight from Ukraine's attack alone. And this is actually starting to bring a lot of people into a bit of a question. I didn't put this directly on the map because it's something of what I would say is unconfirmed information at the moment, because it's being circled around by Russian military bloggers and military analysts online, but there is a rumor at the moment that the Russian Federation is soon to start launching Oreshniks on a near regular basis against the state of Ukraine. These Oreshniks are fairly difficult for the Russians to produce and are quite unreliable, meaning that every time they try and launch one, it might not work. But we are still hearing that the Russian Federation might eventually try to conduct some form of launches with their Oreshnik IRBMs on a near regular basis against the state of Ukraine. And that brings us into the question: what are y'all thinking about that? Are y'all thinking that that might become a normal reality of this war, or are y'all thinking that that's a more far-fetched claim? And Matthew, what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so we are hearing back-channel sources claim that Russia may be preparing another Oreshnik IRBM strike on Ukraine in just mere days. And do you think this will become frequent, or is it a bunch of hot air? So 48% said yes, IRBM launches are probably going to be normalized by the Russian Federation, while 27% said no, frequent launches are not possible, and 17% said it's possible, but it's a 50-50 chance it could go either way. So we had heard before from the Russian officials that the IRBM would be going into combat duty starting this year. So it seems to be sort of coinciding with the year that they said it was going into combat duty, that they're currently threatening to launch more Oreshniks on Ukraine. We did see that multiple of them were actually launched at Lviv just about a week or 2 back, which is obviously a bad sign. And I'll be honest, I am not totally convinced the Russians are done with that weapon yet. But you got to remember, though, the weapon's not cheap, and also it does not have a very good track record for reliability. So I'm not totally convinced they can afford it, because obviously the Russian Federation is hurting for money, and I'm not sure if they can get it to work enough times to actually make it a normalized weapon. So I'm with the 17%. I think it is possible that we could see another one, but I'm not totally convinced that they have the whole thing ironed out. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would generally be with the 27%. I'd actually say that frequent launches are probably not going to be possible. Due to the high unreliability of Oreshnik IRBMs seen in service, we wouldn't really believe that they have any ability to be able to be used in a high tempo form at the moment. They generally only serve as a visual element of the Russians' nuclear deterrence, but not as an effective deterrent. It's basically something that we can all look at and go, oh, look, they got a nuclear missile and a nuclear weapon on board, but not really anything that could be usable in the long run. So I would say that they're probably not going to be firing these off regularly, due to the fact that a lot of these might end up becoming duds if they attempt to be fired, and also due to the fact that the Russian Federation really doesn't have a way to produce these things. These things are actually produced out of the Rubesh system, meaning that they are only upgrading currently existing Rubesh variant IRBMs into Oreshnik IRBMs. And that means that they don't have the ability to really build these from the ground up. They're really only able to take old Soviet missiles and slightly upgrade them a little bit and then use them in that form. And even still, the upgrades hardly work. So I would have to say that it's highly likely at this point that because of that, the Russian Federation would consider those Oreshnik IRBMs to be used a lot better in the form of a strategic nuclear deterrent, more so than using them as a weekly threat against the Ukrainians, with only inert rounds being used on each and every single one of them. So
Yeah.
I would have
Yeah, and also And also, real quick, just to give you all the numbers about what these missiles cost, because I see a lot of people saying that cost is going to be a major issue, and I would definitely agree with that. Just to keep in mind, Russia's entire military budget, even with the increased spending, is only around $149 billion. And according to what we know through open source intelligence, these Oreshniks allegedly cost about $40 million USD per missile. So that's a very expensive cost for that weapon. So Russia can't just fire off loads of them. They can't afford that. They need much cheaper weapons. That's why they use drones to hit Ukraine, obviously. But I just don't think they can manage that. And also, the amount of failures that weapon has. I mean, that's $40 million lost when one weapon has a failure. That's a lot of money going down the drain. And also, it's overkill, too, because Russia is launching attacks on Ukraine all the time using drones, which are very cheap. But why launch an IRBM, which is nuclear capable, with no warhead on it, just to launch it? It seems like a complete waste. And I think that's why the Russians probably won't use it all the time. They'll probably use it as just a propaganda tool.
I would have to say, I would think they probably just use this propaganda tool as well. I wouldn't think this is going to become incredibly normal, because this is also, by the way, folks, what a lot of people were saying after the strike on Dnipro in, I believe it was 2023. Well, actually, no, that would have been, I think, 2024. Everyone started to say that this was going to become an incredibly normal occurrence, and it has never been an incredibly normal occurrence. If anything, it's been exceptionally abnormal. So for that reason, I would say that it's going to remain abnormal, because even back then, the war wasn't going good for Russia. In 2024, it's still not going good for them, and they've never started to fire these things off frequently. And I think that's more so just a rumor that the Russians are putting out to try and sow seeds of terror in the public, more so than anything they're actually going to try and follow through on. But I hope that does address that the best I can. And moving us on out of the Russian Federation and on out of the regions of the west of the Russian Federation and generally Eastern Europe as a whole for a moment, we actually are going to be moving ourselves on down and into the area of the Middle East, as we do have satellite photography, folks, to confirm that the USS Abraham Lincoln is on the way to the Middle East. There it is. Look at that bad boy doing a little drift.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like,
You got to be careful, though, is I think the last time one of these carriers did a drift, they knocked a plane off the side of it, so they got to be careful.
you know, they always got to be a little bit careful with that. Always make sure, folks, to stow the aircraft properly when on the flight deck, and to make sure to lock their brakes in place, so that way they don't go sliding right off of the aircraft carrier. But currently, the USS Abraham Lincoln is somewhere around the area of the Strait of Malacca, from what we know. And the Strait of Malacca is right here. Let me go show you all this. It is right here. This is the Strait of Malacca, this little area right through here. So right now, this aircraft carrier is probably passing around these islands somewhere just south of Singapore, and we'll be making it through the Strait of Malacca and then on into the greater area of the Indian Ocean and then the Arabian Sea. Meaning that right now, it's about 3.5 days away from finally arriving within the Middle East, still generally putting this somewhere within the weekend time frame of its arrival. We are also hearing, folks, outside of the fact that the aircraft carrier is apparently burning rubber out there right now in the Strait of Malacca, we have also been able to hear the age-old answer, folks, as to what in the world is going to be going on in the Middle East and what in the world's been the holdup. And you know, folks, I gotta say, I've got to point this out, because we always go up against a tough crowd, folks. We always go up against a tough crowd because we're in our we're in our mid-20s at this point. You know, some people say that we haven't been around the block long enough to know what we're talking about. You have to trust the experts, you know, the quote-unquote experts that always know what they're talking about, or, you know, people just come in and say that we're wrong. And there's been a humongous argument, folks, that's existed on Twitter and basically everywhere else across the internet over about the past week or so about whether or not the U.S. needs an aircraft carrier in the Middle East to be able to conduct strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran. And me and Enforcer Matt both took the unanimous answer, because it made sense, that an aircraft carrier would be necessary to conduct any form of operations against the Iranians. And we even went into great detail on that last night. Many other quote-unquote expert analysts made it very clear that we were very wrong, and there was never the necessity of an aircraft carrier within the region, and we could completely conduct all military operations that we'd ever want with just the forces that are there right now. News came out today, folks, as the following. The aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln and its carrier strike group were steaming towards the Middle East from the South China Sea, about a week-long journey, according to two U.S. officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss operational matters. In addition, an array of warplanes, likely to include a combination of fighter jets, attack planes, and refueling aircraft, were expected to start flowing into the region soon, many from Yukon, the official said. Some of these aircraft have been scheduled to replace units in the Middle East and could have had their tours extended depending on the severity of the tensions. Basically meaning, folks, that the U.S. is waiting for the carrier strike group to arrive before we do anything against Iran. So it turns out the enforcer's analysis was correct, and an aircraft carrier does appear to be necessary, according to all war planning in the United States, to be able to conduct a military operation against the Islamic Republic of Iran. There's also been a decent amount of other stories that have come out throughout the region over the course of the day, and I'll try and bat out a couple of them that we've heard. There's been a statement that Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar all banded together and came to the United States and said, please, wait, give Iran a second chance. They're not bad people. Which I'm not going to lie, folks, that one sounds pretty bogus because Iran hates Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia hates Iran. And right now the Saudi Arabians are bombing the Houthis, which are funded and operated by the Iranians. So I have a feeling that that one might be a bit of a stretch, considering that those three countries don't have any positive relations with the Iranians whatsoever for the large part. We've also heard another story that apparently the Israelis were the ones who put in the stay of execution, stating that they requested the president to postpone any plans for an American military attack on Iran because the Israelis might not necessarily be ready yet.
Also, it seems that we were right on that as well. Not to be vain or narcissistic or anything, but just to claim credit, because I like to claim credit every once in a while, just for old time's sake. But people were saying the other night, they were saying, oh, Israel's always ready. Like Israel can handle Iran. And I was warning last night on the air. I said, well, you never know how badly or how much that Iran's been restocked with missiles. Russia could have given them more, and they've learned from the 12-day war. And also, they might overwhelm Israel with drones yet again, and you got to be ready for it. It sounds like Israel recognized that themselves and wanted to stall for some more time, it sounds like.
It definitely sounds like that is the case, or at least one of the prevailing stories that we've heard emerging over the course of the day. Another thing that we've heard, folks, and this circles it back around to the beginning here, is that the U.S. is not willing to conduct strikes right now on Iran because the carrier strike group isn't there, and the requisite amount of forces necessary to overpower the Iranians isn't within the region right now. That's also been a very heavily spoken about sort of a reason why there's been a delay today. So it's either one of those three stories, or it's all three of them combined, or it's just a couple of those stories out of the three. We're not really sure which one it is, but one thing is for sure, at least according to the U.S. officials who spoke on anonymity, the U.S. is waiting for the carrier strike group to arrive. So, gotta say, folks, we're not trying to be narcissistic here, but we do have to make sure to say this clearly. We put that analysis out on this channel days ago, and we've been sticking with that, and we've been sticking with our guns on that, while many other analysts have been saying that that's not the case. And we ended up getting that analysis largely correct today. So if you want to make sure to get proper military analysis, you don't always have to listen, folks, to some guy who works with a paper somewhere, who's been working as an editor there for like 30 years or something. You don't have to do that. Sometimes it is the people in their mid-20s who might have a decent understanding. At least enough, not everything, but at least enough to be able to speak common sense things like why in the world would we want to get curb stomped possibly by the Iranians instead of waiting for all of our chips to get in line so that way we can overpower them completely and they can't pose a threat to us or anyone else in the region if we attack them. That would just be common sense. And it appears that the U.S. went with the common sense option. It doesn't take a genius to be able to come up with that sort of analysis. But I mean, I would say this though, common sense isn't really that common these days. That's one thing I'll also say, which is quite unfortunate. But nevertheless, a lot of people have been saying, and also, by the way, I do have to say a huge shout out to the LSA who backed us up entirely on that through the whole deal, because while we were getting in spats with analysts, generally on this channel, the large majority of people, when we put that up to a vote yesterday, stated that an aircraft carrier is necessary, and I do have to give a massive shout out to the Lee Spring Army for also having common sense, which I gotta say, the Lee Spring Army is an amazing community when it comes to having raw common sense, for also seeing the inevitable certainty in the fact that the U.S. cannot conduct military operations without an aircraft carrier in the region. But also, a lot of people have been talking about why is the U.S. holding off? Really, what is the broader stroke on the canvas that really is the reason why the U.S. isn't conducting a strike yet? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so we are hearing that reports claim that Middle Eastern countries, several of them in fact, I believe Jordan was one of them, also allegedly Israel called up as well, and told the US to hold off on the strikes against Iran because they were worried that Iran was going to lash out with everything they had and start whopping their air defense. So, do you believe the report, and do you think that the USA really got talked out of striking Iran? Because that's currently the word on the street, is that the USA got talked out of the whole situation and it's now all under control. So, 60% said the USA is just stalling for more time, while 22% said the USA changed its mind on the Iran strikes, and 11% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I am solidly with the 60%. The USA is doing a good old time-tested strategy of stalling for time. They would not be deploying an aircraft carrier strike group. They would not be deploying aircraft and also other assets to the region in huge numbers like they're currently doing right now, unless they plan on striking Iran. So it's pretty clear to me what they're doing here. And also, I've gotten pretty decent at looking at these presidential statements that the president puts out. And there's a couple of little telltale signs that he always does whenever he's trying to be a little bit sneaky with some of his statements. And I think he's being a little bit sneaky with this. I do not believe that the situation in Iran is under control. As far as we can tell from footage, the situation is still far from being under control. So the Iranians are still up to their usual stuff. They're still putting people on trial, and they're also still doing horrible things to protesters. So the USA is simply getting ready for it. They're trying to make Iran feel like they're safe for now, but Iran is far from over, in my personal opinion. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree generally with the 60%. I think the U.S. is just stalling for more time in preparation of strikes. Right now, we understand that the Iranians are still massacring people on the ground. Whoever is left out in the streets, they are being shot at the moment. 20,000 people at this point are expected to be dead. It's anywhere in between 12 to 20,000. It's probably higher today. And we also have been able to see that there is really no reason at all for the United States to back off and walk away from this. So I would say that we're probably stalling for more time at the moment while our forces get into the area. But I also have to say, folks, that this is quite an oversight, considering that we wouldn't have a large amount of forces available to move into this area, because this is one of the most strategically important regions of the world that we're currently involved in. And there are only three. There's Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia. That's generally where our forces should be at almost all times, or we should have enough forces within EUCOM to not only protect EUCOM's area of responsibility, but also CENTCOM's area of responsibility, and rapidly move forces into that area if we need them to be. These areas are the reason why the United States is a global superpower, is because we're able to control the flow of free oil out of the Middle East, which there is very little of in the world, outside of the oil that the US, Russia, and all of the Middle Eastern states produce. It also allows for us to be able to protect our major trading partners inside of Europe, which are the largest outside of Mexico anywhere in the world. In East Asia, we're able to protect ourselves from the expansion of the Chinese ilk outside of their own waters and beyond the barrier islands that we've been able to create a defensive chain on. For those reasons, those three areas are the largest and most important for the United States on the globe. I don't know why the decision was made a while ago, this was about 4 or 5 months ago, to have most U.S. naval forces within the area of the Caribbean to deal with the Venezuelans, which generally, now as we can all see, was a significant oversight, as it's completely left CENTCOM wide open for a moment of opportunity to rise and basically fall in the amount of time that we've seen for a U.S. response to even be mobilized into this area and then moved in. We also see the EUCOM has also been greatly depleted as well, because we don't even have enough available forces in EUCOM right now to rush on down into the Middle East to just give some sort of a stopgap for us in the meantime while we wait for other forces to arrive from NORTHCOM and also from INDOPACOM. So I'd have to say a bit of a strategic blunder, to say the least, seeing that we're having to wait for everything to get in line, because generally we're supposed to be in a situation, especially between EUCOM and CENTCOM, to where the chips will fall in line no matter what, because we'll have enough forces within the area to deal with either. So quite an oversight, I'll have to say. I really can't gloss over that one, but hopefully we'll be able to see that we can still recover the situation with the time we have left. Moving on.
Yeah, I just wonder though, and I'm kind of worried at this point because at first it looked like, and also the Israelis came out with intelligence, also generally proving my assumption. It looked like the protesters were going to be able to overthrow the Iranian government on their own accord, and that's why we were not in favor of strikes against Iran by the U.S. government. But it's looking like with Iran bringing in these Iraqi militias that are putting down the protesters, in addition to the IRGC putting down protesters, it looks like the balance of power has shifted back toward the regime, which is not good. So I'm not sure how much steam the protesters have left. We're obviously not getting too many videos out of Iran because they're still jamming all the signals and turning the internet off. But I'm beginning to wonder how much more steam it has left. And is the U.S. response going to come soon enough, or is the IRGC going to get control before we arrive and deal with it?
And it certainly does look like a race against time, at least in that regard. And we're actually going to be moving on into that news here in a moment. But I also see some people saying, well, what in the world would the U.S. do in a perfect world? Well, I'll tell you what the U.S. should have done, at least in a perfect world for the Navy. There should have been a carrier strike group hanging out in the Mediterranean, and there also should almost always be at least one or two carrier strike groups hanging out somewhere in Indo-PACOM. We already had those two carriers in Indo-PACOM, so there's really no problem there, because the USS George Washington and Abraham Lincoln are the two carrier strike groups we had in Indo-PACOM, and now the Abraham Lincoln is being diverted into CENTCOM. But we have had no carrier strike group for a good minute inside of EUCOM's area of responsibility. And if we had had one, which would have been in the Mediterranean, not only would it be able to provide some air cover and air support in Europe if something happened, but it could easily also be diverted directly into the Middle East as well. And not only that, that entire carrier strike group would basically provide an air defense shield to anyone inside of the very western part of the Middle East, which would include Israel, Jordan, and several other countries as well. We just don't have a force like that there at the moment. But moving us on into the news inside of Iran, speaking of that race against time, it does appear that things are not going necessarily all too well at this point for the revolution inside of the country. It does appear that a large amount of the revolutionaries have been put down at this point, and we are starting to hear that there are significant actions that are being taken in most major cities to where it appears that the revolution has been entirely suppressed or completely destroyed by Iranian security forces. We saw video footage today from Mashhad showing us the Iranian internal security forces largely controlling the streets at this point throughout most of the city, which had been embroiled in open rebellion and revolution in prior days.
Music.
We're gonna have to mute that. Oh, man, he was quick with that. He said music, and I was trying to get to the mute, but we can see the Iranian internal security forces here pulled over on the side of the road, and a large amount of them out patrolling the streets, roundabouts, and other areas where the revolutionaries had attempted to make their stand. We can see a humongous number of them, and we also understand that due to the National Declaration of Martial Law, these internal security forces are now given the orders to shoot and kill on sight anyone who's in the streets attempting to conduct any form of a demonstration. We can see more videos.
That's a lot of forces out there too. Also, it looks like are they saying that the guys on the motorcycles are with them, or is it the trucks only?
It's the trucks and the motorcycles.
Interesting. That's a lot of groups out there.
Yeah, I would have to say it certainly is a large number of groups. That's to be sure. We see the traffic is blocked from people trying to get either back into the city or out of the city. We're not really sure which, but that's the end of the clip right there. Moving us on from that, we also got another clip in the daylight hours showing, once again, the large number of security forces in Mashhad, which we can see in this clip right here once again. It does appear that, at least at the moment, from everything that we can account, the city of Mashhad generally has had its revolution suppressed and completely destroyed, either due to the amount of people that the Iranian government has killed and arrested, or due to the fact that they have now found it so concerning that to continue on their revolution, that they have dispersed and now gone home, due to the massive amounts of brutality that have been conducted against them in prior days. There is still, however, a revolution that is going on within Iraq. We did get a small little snippet out of a video showing the specific monument within Iraq, which is very special to the city, and we did see that there was still a demonstration going on in this area, showing that the revolution is alive in some areas of the country still, but in others, it appears to have already been violently put down and completely suppressed, meaning that right now, there is a race against time to see that the U.S. responds while there is still an ongoing revolution and people alive, or not in custody by the Iranian government, to be able to see that their government eventually falls and a new one's brought into place. Inside of Tehran, video evidence also emerged showing us that there is apparently an announcement that there will be more protests in Tehran tonight, but we've also seen video evidence of security forces once again being given that order by the martial law declaration to shoot any protesters on site and to generally kill them where they lie. So here's the clip showing the security forces moving down the street. It's not a graphic clip, but it will give you an idea that these sorts of brutal repressions by the Iranian government are still going on, and the massacres are still unfolding right now in real time, despite the statements by the President of the United States claiming that the Iranians have stopped the killing. This video shows that that's absolutely not true. This came out only several hours ago.
Very ragtag forces there. Look at that. Oh, live fire too. Well, they were firing too with traffic going down the other side of the road. That is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy and wildly unsafe.
And what's wild is the other side of the road is just sort of not really reacting to it. They're just driving normally. They're not even speeding away. They're just kind of like driving by looking like, everyday occurrence.
Yeah, it's just really weird, honestly. It's very bizarre how the Iranians are handling this all together. We also did get to hear that today there has been a rumored arrest, and I want to say that this is very rumored at the moment. We cannot confirm this. That apparently the former Iranian president Hassan Rouhani and former foreign minister Mohammad Javad Zarif have been arrested by the regime's forces today. We don't know if that's true or not, and we're still waiting for confirmation at the moment. And we have even been able to hear other wild information coming from the border region, as the Iranian government appears to have hired Iraqi militias, which then crossed the border to come into the country and help to fire upon these crowds and kill as many people as they possibly can to try and put down these uprisings. So they literally hired foreign mercenaries to come into their country and put down their own countrymen that were uprising against the government.
They kind of got some new trucks too. That's that's actually some nice equipment.
Yeah, quite interesting. I'll be entirely honest with y'all, folks. I didn't really think that there was any decently equipped militias or mercenary groups inside of Iraq.
Yeah, and also it's kind of risky to let them into your country. Iran's really got to be desperate to bring them in, because this could be a wild and loose group here. They just let into their borders.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a bizarre deal right here. Also, by the way, just to make this clear, folks, this mercenary group is not operating on the behalf of the Iraqi government. This is a completely separate entity from the Republic of Iraq and does not represent the national views or interests of the Republic of Iraq. I just have to make that clear, because this is not showing that Iraq is also helping Iran put down these protesters. It's showing that the Iraqi government, which is fairly weak and unstable, is not able to control these mercenary groups, and the Iranians simply hired them, and they drove across the border and started shooting Iranians to try and put down the uprisings and revolutions. That's generally what this is showing at the moment. So with that in mind, it does appear that right now the government inside of Iran is starting to gain the upper footing and is generally starting to put down these revolutions just due to the amount of people who have been massacred and the amount of people that they have been able to arrest. And a lot of people are wondering whether the Iranian government is going to be able to regain control of the situation, or if the situation is still going to be lost nonetheless. So Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so now that Iran's taken the very desperate step of letting an Iraqi militia, or I guess you could call it a mercenary group, cross into their borders to suppress the protests, showing extreme desperation, will Iran regain control? And it looks like 39% said only if the United States does not strike will Iran regain control, while 34% said yes, the Iranian regime is set to get control of their country yet again, and only 16% said no, the protesters will win soon. So it looks like, unfortunately, a lot of people are starting to think that the protests are losing steam. And generally speaking, as bad as I hate to say this, it looks like they're starting to lose steam. But it's not because the protesters are cowards or something. It's because they're having to literally fight against militia groups that are armed with guns. They're fighting against the IRGC, which is also armed with guns. And the protesters only have very limited firearms. So the cards are stacked against them, and they need external help at this point, or they probably will be forced to go back to their homes and just surrender to the IRGC. So at this point, it's imperative. The USA must do something, or this revolution is going to fail. I think that's very clear at this point. So I'm with the 39%. Only if the United States does not strike will Iran regain control. But if the USA does strike, there's still a good chance the protesters might be able to make some ground if the IRGC is thrown off kilter. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to be with 39%. They will only be able to regain the control if the U.S. does not strike. If the U.S. starts to conduct strikes, the government will have to generally go underground, and a lot of people aren't going to want to be out in the wide open working for the security forces to get obliterated by U.S. airstrikes. So I'd have to say that if the U.S. does not strike, it is becoming clear they will regain control. They have conducted such an atrocity over the past few days in the amount of people that they've killed and arrested. They've basically wiped out a large amount of the willpower of these Iranian revolutionaries, either by killing a lot of the very active members, or just seeing that most people have become so scared of being arrested or executed, basically on the spot, that they're all trying to return back to their homes and act like they weren't a part of it. So I would have to say the Iranian government is certainly gaining momentum here and putting this down and seeing that this revolution will die off, and it appears that the United States has generally let this entire opportunity at this point rise and completely fall with a humongous amount of loss of life inside of Iran as a result of what I would say is a very slow U.S. response, because this has been going on, folks, since the very beginning of this year. And let me actually tell y'all, the first day that we covered this here on this news, let me make sure that I check. Okay, so this situation has been going on since about the 28th and 31st of December, just about, from what we can tell. Actually, as a matter of fact, this has been going on since about the 31st of December. So it's been a little bit over 2 weeks at this point that this has been going on. And there's about 2 weeks there that the U.S. could have already been responding and have diverted the USS Abraham Lincoln and a load of forces into the area to deal with this revolution, while at the same time, the U.S. government has been calling for the Iranian people to go out into the streets and continue to protest against the Iranian government, putting tens of thousands of them in harm's way, pretty much getting them killed or arrested. And in the meantime, we're finally just starting to respond right now when this revolution looks like it's going to be in its final days, because the Iranian government's about to put the whole thing down completely. So I would say
I think that's because they were relying on their intelligence reports. They were probably relying on the Israeli intelligence report and also the U.S. Reports, claiming that the protesters could take over without any outside assistance. They were probably relying on that, and then they realized, just a couple of days ago, well, hell, it looks like they might be getting overrun by the people with guns, because obviously the Iranian protesters don't have guns. Only very few of them do, that they've probably gotten out of police stations. So, I mean, I think they realized it way too late. They should have probably planned for that contingency anyway, but it sounds like they didn't.
yeah, I would have to say it doesn't really seem like they did. And generally I would have said that it was fine for them to take a couple of days to see where this was going, which we said at the very beginning, back at the beginning of this year. But after a couple of days, it looked like it was definitely picking up momentum, and that there was a good chance that the Iranian government could collapse. And then they started to conduct the massacres. And by then, we should have already had enough forces within the area to be able to start acting in direct intervention in the situation and to protect the Iranian public from their own despotic government that was already starting to conduct massacres about a week ago or so, or a little bit even further on than that. So right now we're watching that situation unfolding, unfortunately, with basically no U.S. forces in the area. So I would hope that the U.S. will be able to conduct some strikes and see that the Iranian government can collapse, and that some of these people on the ground will still be alive to see that the Islamic Republic's government has finally collapsed. So with that in mind, I hope that does address that the best I can. And moving on from that, we do have a little bit of additional news to cover in the Middle East. Turkey has halted all of their flights into Iraq and the Kurdistan region at this moment due to the ongoing tensions with Iran, so the Turks will no longer be flying their aircraft into Iraq, at least for commercial flights. Meanwhile, we've also seen that a U.S. convoy within the area of the Syrian Democratic Forces region of Syria has been on the move over the course of the day. We see these people on the side of the road here pulling out their cameras and filming. Oh, a Max Pro.
Oh!
Oh!
That's the model. I think we sent some to Ukraine, actually.
Yeah, I think it is, actually.
That one had an invisible model. Oh, there it goes right there. It was driving right behind the truck.
That's not part of the convoy. Just to make it clear, the motorcycle isn't a part of it. There's another one.
I love those things. What a classic.
They're really cool, honestly. I think they're just the neatest, honest, to be straight up with y'all.
So is this still just the 1,000 troop contingent that's left in Syria that's doing this, or is it more troops have been deployed there?
This is basically like the frontier patrol. That basically it's just a little group of guys that we've had there for a while.
Interesting.
But they are on the move. We do not know why, but they are currently moving around the country at the moment. Moving on from that, we've also been able to hear that the Israelis bombed southern Lebanon today. You know, just kind of a knee-jerk reflex at this point. But here's the clip. Here it comes. And there's the hit.
Oh, well then, I guess they got some.
This guy was a little startled by that. And there was also an explosion behind him, actually. So it does appear that the Israelis are continuing to try and strike the targets within southern Lebanon to be able to knock out the Hezbollah forces within the area. So with that, that is actually all of our news from the day inside of the Middle East, and that's actually going to be moving us on, folks, and into a little bit of news out of the Americas today, because before we get on back into the war in Ukraine and the situation inside of Europe, we do have some news inside of the Americas to talk about. But before we get to that, I do have to say a humongous thanks to the 14.3 thousand people who were here watching this stream tonight. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that 70,000 people have watched this show within this first hour, and we're always grateful and highly appreciative to know that we are considered by many of y'all to be your primary source of news every single day. And because of that, we're going to take a couple of questions from the chat, 3 of them, before we move on to the rest of the news. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's jump into our first of 3 super chats, and the first one goes to Nick Hines, who puts in a $100 support, and thank you very much, Nick, for that very generous support, and what is the largest super chat of the night thus far, and we do appreciate that. He said, I like the LSA so much, I'm listening to it in the gym, and I heard that Ukraine has been hitting the Russian army more than they can replace their soldiers, with 50 to 55% of them from drones, and do you think Ukraine can keep that up?
I gotta thank you massively for that humongous support, Nick, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that you're spreading out them weights and pumping iron for 3 days there in that gym while listening to the news from the LSA. And I gotta say that as far as the situation right now with Russian losses, the Ukrainians can keep that up, considering that Russian tactics very rarely, if ever, change, and Russian forces and their formations are incredibly predictable, along with their hiding locations. Because of that, the Ukrainians can keep up these fairly high loss reports for a good time into the future. But if they do that, the Russian Federation will just try and draw in more manpower, because the situation with Ukraine taking out more men than Russia is bringing in at the moment is only because of current Russian volunteer restrictions at the moment, or more so conscription rates. They can increase the rates of conscriptions on a week-to-week basis to try and offset that over time, which is probably what they're going to try and do in the future. But if the Russians do not change that sort of a metric, the Ukrainians will be able to take out more Russian soldiers than they're bringing in, meaning that the Russian army will be whittled down little by little every single month. So a humongous thanks to you for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running, because I think that as long as the Russians don't change their conscription rates at the moment, the Ukrainians will be able to keep that up for a good time and also greatly wear down the Russian Federation's available manpower for the front lines. And I gotta say that folks like you are greatly appreciated here, Nick, because folks like you help us to keep this channel running and help us to make it possible, folks, that every day of every week of every year for 1,422 days straight, we've been able to run this news. If it wasn't for folks like you who went out of your way to support this channel, we wouldn't have been able to keep it running. These streams run ad-free and sponsor-free, and it's thanks to folks like you, Nick. For everyone else to know in the Lee Spring Army, it's folks like Nick and everyone else who supports this channel, whether it be $1 or several $100s. They help to make this channel a reality for the millions of people who watch this show every single month, and also for Enforcer Matt and me to be able to pay our bills and to do this as a full-time job. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And let's jump into our second one, which goes to Racer Jake. And Racer Jake puts...
Oh, it sounds like you just cut out right there. Are you there? It sounds as though Enforcer Matt has just cut out, folks. Hopefully y'all can still hear me still. Let me make sure to check OBS on that, and it appears that OBS is working fine. Matthew, can you hear me? All right, so it sounds as though Enforcer Matt's gone completely off air, folks. So let me see if I can try and fix that really quickly. And let's see. Hello?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I
Hello?
can hear you now. I don't know what.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't tell you earlier, but you actually disappeared on me for like 5 seconds, and I could hear you talking. I tried to say something, but you didn't respond. So I don't know what's up with that. I think that might be a server problem.
I think that might be, man, because it literally just dropped you completely right there. You said, and we have a super chat. And then you just stopped talking. And I said, oh, I think we lost Enforcer Matt right there. I was like, I think he's gone. But anyways, as we were saying, what was that second super chat, Matthew?
So jumping into our second super chat, this one goes to Racer Jake, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Racer Jake, and we appreciate that very, very much. He said, what I was saying last night that I could not finish is that Greenland and the Middle East sandwiches Europe, and the Middle East is now our NATO now. And let's go, and love you guys.
And thank you for the support, but that really wouldn't work too well in practice. If you take all of the GDPs of every country that we're aligned with in the Middle East and compare that to NATO, it's basically nothing. The Middle East is only important because of the oil that they produce. They're not important for any other reason rather than that. And once the oil runs out in the Middle East, all those countries are basically effectively useless for strategic purposes at that point, except for the passage through the Suez Canal. That would be really the only point that they're strategically viable for from that point on, but Europe is a far more important ally. On top of that, we already kind of sandwiched them anyways, because if you look at it that way, I mean, the United States being in North America, along with Greenland, and also the Middle East, we basically already sandwich Europe right now. But the problem is, though, is that that's not factoring in how do we make it to the Middle East and how our forces supported there. And the answer is that without Europe, we can't make it to the Middle East, because that will close off access to Diego Garcia, and that will also close off any way to fly through Europe to get to the Middle East. And I can promise you that if you're trying to threaten the Europeans with a war, they're definitely not going to allow our aircraft to land inside of their countries and refuel to then fly to the Middle East to try and threaten them with being sandwiched. So I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, but I just don't really think there's any way that anyone could really split a hair for me to make it sound like it would make a good amount of sense to abandon the Europeans, because there's no point. Like, nobody in the Middle East makes up the value or the worth of Europe. Like, if you ever put it to me like this, I would give you this flat up answer: Israel or Europe? Europe every day of the week. Saudi Arabia or Europe? Europe every day of the week. Like, if it came down to sacrificing the Middle East for Europe, I would sacrifice the Middle East for Europe. Like, as far as the strategic significance of the Europeans, they generally beat out the Middle East in terms of importance. With the combined force of Europe and the United States, we can retake the Middle East. If we lose Europe and we keep the Middle East, we might not be able to retake the Middle East if we lose that at some point in the future. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion, because the Europeans, to me, are an indispensable ally of the United States of America. And for that reason, I don't really think it's any good. There's really no good position or take, in my honest opinion, to say that the Europeans are worthy of being sacrificed. And also on top of that, with how the world works, we only work with the options we have. There's no such thing as, this one country like Greenland could become a superpower. That's never going to happen. So we have to work with how the world looks right now. So if we get rid of Europe, who in the world is a comparable ally that is aligned with us enough that would be able to replace the Europeans in terms of worth? And there's not one, because China is an enemy of the United States, so we'll never be able to align with them and make them an ally. Russia is never going to be an ally of the United States, and on top of that, they're militarily and economically insignificant, so there's no point in sacrificing Europe to join up with Russia and be friends with them. Everybody in Africa is basically worthless because they have no economy to work off of, and generally a lot of their governments are highly unstable. And in South America, the situation is somewhat similar, and while there is some economic prosperity in South America, there's absolutely no military prowess or economic prosperity that is comparable to that's inside of Europe. The only countries that you could kind of say get close to being comparable to the Europeans would be the East Asian countries of Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand, and others. But they're already in our sphere, so there's no reason to sacrifice Europe to pick those guys up as friends, because they're already our friends. So as far as the world works right now, I just don't see any reason why we should toss the Europeans aside, because they pose and create significant value for the United States in many more ways than one. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a huge thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next one, our last one of the segment here. Also, by the way, I think just to make this clear, the enforcer misspoke when he was just speaking just then. He accidentally worded it wrong. He meant to say the governments in Africa are not geopolitically strong to warrant trading that for Europe or trading that for the Middle East. That's what he was trying to say, but I think the wording kind of came out a little bit weird
Yeah,
on that one.
because I'm
Just to make
trying
that clear.
because I'm just trying to get out the stuff quick. Like if I sit here, folks, and go, the governments and the institutions of the African nations are generally economically insufficient and militarily inadept. Like that takes too long to say. It's easier to say.
Yeah, but it got worded bad wrong though. Like it did not sound good the
Well,
way
yeah,
he worded it the first time.
but the point is to say that African nations do not pose any economic or strategic value like the European nations do. That's the direct comparison there. I mean, there's like that's just the truth of it. Like if you look at a country like Libya, is Libya worth the UK? No. It's like Libya is an incredibly unstable country with basically no economy, hardly any military, and on top of that, they're in a hardly strategic position, and they don't really support themselves through any of their own industries. And many other countries are like that inside of Africa. There's very few that are the exception to that norm, which would be Egypt, Nigeria, and also South Africa. Those are basically the only ones that do not fall into that norm, but the rest of them, militarily and economically, are strategically insignificant. So that's the statement I'm trying to make. So with that, we are on to the next one.
In our last super chat of the segment goes to Melinda Grifford Vaughn, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Melinda, for that support. We appreciate that very, very much. And it said, I'm a supporter of NATO and upset with the Greenland situation. So why the rapid action against the USA versus inaction towards Russia in the last 4 years with the Ukrainian war? And for example, undersea cables cut, not shooting down the drones, and we're basically giving Russia what it wants.
I would say that I don't know what is up with it, to be entirely honest with you, Melinda Grifford Vaughn. It just doesn't really make any sense to me, and people who keep running it in circles over and over, and we do too, saying that it doesn't make any sense at all, because the Russian Federation is a far more dangerous threat to Europe than it is to Greenland. And on top of that, like the thing is that makes no sense about the Greenland argument is that Denmark is a NATO country owed Article 5 protections, meaning that if the Russians or the Chinese try to invade Greenland, we can already get involved in that war and fight on the side of Greenland, whether Article 5 is invoked or not. We don't even have to have Article 5. We don't even have to have NATO at that point to defend Greenland. We could say that it's an illegal invasion by the Russians or the Chinese of the sovereign territory of the Kingdom of Denmark, and for that reason, we're going to be getting militarily involved to defend it. And there you have it. I mean, you don't even need an Article 5 protection. You don't even need NATO. But we have NATO. They have an Article 5 protection. We already have forces inside of the area of Pacific within northern Greenland, meaning that we're already there in every way that would make sense. So annexing Greenland makes no real sense except for trying to make it make sense, which there's never a sensible argument to be had there because it circles back to, well, yeah, that might be an argument, but that's already the situation in Greenland. You know, there's nothing that's changed there. You're just pissing off all the Europeans to see that the strategic situation is unfazed, except for the fact that we lose the Europeans and also the Middle East. So with that in mind, I would say I don't know. Like, I would be just completely frank. I don't know why in the world we have so much inaction towards the Russian Federation, because on the flip side, folks, we have plenty of action towards everyone else. And and people sit there and say this is the number one argument that everyone says about the Russians. They have nuclear weapons and that they could kill us all. But that argument can be applied to a lot of countries we've messed with over the last year. We're messing with Greenland right now, which has the backing of the whole of Europe, including the British and the French. The British and the French are nuclear armed and could kill us all if they wanted to. Like, just being flat out, if we're working off of the Russian argument, you can literally insert Britain and France into that argument, and it could be true. And then people go, oh, well, the British and the French, they wouldn't do that because they're weak and they're inept. Well, yeah, but you could also make that argument for the Russians. We could go in and kidnap Putin tomorrow and they probably won't nuke us because they're weak and inept. I mean, you can make that argument as well. That's all a matter of conjecture and opinion. But if we're working in hypotheticals, the French and the British could also nuke us and kill us all just like the Russians do if we mess around with them too much. That is a very important reason why to not mess around with them. That's also the Chinese as well. We have put last year for a while and then rescinded it before it went into effect, a 275% tariff on Chinese goods entering the United States. If that had actually gone into effect, we would have destroyed the U.S. economy, but we would have completely obliterated China economically. That would have been reason for China to nuke us at that point. We are posing an existential threat to the existence of their state, and by their own defensive doctrine, that would justify nuclear action against the United States. But you didn't see anyone say, oh, well, we shouldn't mess with the Chinese because they have 1.4 billion people living in their country with an $18 trillion GDP. It's basically the largest national economy outside the United States, and they're also nuclear armed. No argument like that was made. And even still, no arguments like that is made against the Chinese whatsoever, although they do have enough nuclear weapons that do work, just like the Russians, to where they could nuke us and kill us all, just like the Russian argument works. And that's why I just do not understand why the U.S. is so inactive towards the Russians when we could be so active towards every other armed nuclear power that, in theory, could nuke us and kill us all. Like, the same argument applies in all of those different scenarios, but for some reason, Russia is given the white glove treatment, while we can go around and mess with anyone, allied or enemy, that is nuclear armed, and not really care at all about it. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I think it's just more so the fact that Russia has gotten into the minds of the leadership here in America to make them believe that, unlike every other country that's nuclear armed, the Russians would actually fire their nukes at us, which isn't going to happen. The seizures of the tankers within the Caribbean and elsewhere are clearly showing that the Russians won't even take conventional armed action towards the United States when we're operating against their interest. If they won't even take that action, they're definitely not going to take nuclear action against the United States. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion, Melinda Griffith Vaughn. But I would have to be honest with you, it's a complete mystery to me, much as it is to many people, why the U.S. over the past 4 years at this point has been so inactive towards the Russian Federation, while we could be active and generally unfriendly, if not hostile, to other nuclear armed powers. It just doesn't make any sense. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion, and a humongous thanks to you so much once again in helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, we are going to be moving on into the rest of our news for the night, and also just to let y'all know, obviously I see some people asking about this, if you have thrown in a super chat so far, we thank you massively for the support. Do not worry, we do address every single super chat before the end of the night. So once we get done with the rest of the news here, we will be going back into a question segment, and then addressing every single super chat we have left, and as many live chats as we possibly can. So with that, we are going to be moving on and into the Americas, as we have news coming out of Venezuela today that is fairly interesting. According to some news that has come out over the day, we have been able to hear that Venezuela's oil fields and pipelines are apparently going to be protected by a possible sort of a outsourcing, in a sense. Instead of U.S. troops being on the ground in Venezuela, we're just going to hire a ton of mercenaries that could be tapped to guard oil fields and energy assets, offering companies long-term protection without a visible American footprint. Firms with deep regional ties are already circling. And you know something, Matthew? Didn't I say this like a couple of weeks ago? Like, if Maduro isn't gone, it's going to be highly unstable, and therefore, if anyone ever wanted to actually get involved in the oil industry down in Venezuela, they're basically going to have to be protected by a gazillion private military companies protecting them as they're down there, so that way they don't get scalped and killed by the colectivos of the Venezuelan government. It literally is turning into that at this point.
Yeah, pretty much it sounds like. Also, I wonder who's going to be funding these mercenary groups that are going to be protecting these sites, because it seems like that since they're going to be guarding oil fields and pipelines, and that our private companies are going to be returning back to Venezuela, then it seems like the oil companies ought to be paying for that. So I'm not entirely sure who's currently paying for it under this plan, if it turns out to be true, but that's a bit interesting there. So basically, nobody's been freed inside of Venezuela. The same oppressive government's in charge. It's just minus one person, minus Maduro, and that's pretty much it.
So to cut the situation down for all of you all on the simple point, to make it bullet points, here's the situation in Venezuela. The extremist socialist government of Maduro is still in charge inside the country. The military and political apparatus of that governmental system is still intact from top to bottom. The cartels, which were claimed to be operating in that country, still exist and are still operating right now. The only thing that has changed is that one guy is gone out of that government, but the rest of it still exists and operates the way it does. And we also are now getting the oil out of Venezuela. But we still know that that government that's in charge of Venezuela is sending out their goons, the colectivos, to find any American that they can and kill them. So basically conducting a reign of terror in Venezuela against any Americans that are somehow inside of the country. And we also understand that even oil executives and oil workers from the United States that try and travel to Venezuela are going to have to be protected by mercenaries, basically, that either are being paid for by the taxpayer, or they're being paid for by the oil companies. But the situation in Venezuela is still going to be so dangerous and so hostile towards Americans and the United States that we're going to have to require armed escorts and bodyguards for basically every American in Venezuela. Otherwise, they might get mobbed and killed by the government or their goons. So that's what we got going on right now down in Venezuela. So it doesn't really sound to me like we've liberated the country and really done anything rather than get the oil at this point. We haven't even gotten rid of the cartels, which was one of the original claims of why we were going to be doing anything against Venezuela, was to stop Tren de Aragua and the drug trade coming out of the country, and the flow of fentanyl that, even according to the Drug Enforcement Agency, didn't exist out of Venezuela, but existed coming out of Mexico. So that is currently the foreign policy situation in Venezuela. So moving on from that, we have also been able to hear that another Russian shadow tanker has been seized today. Holy moly, it's the MT Veronica. And the U.S. did board and seize the oil tanker in the Caribbean. We could see them landing.
Oh, it was looking so juicy out there, we couldn't help but take it.
I mean, you know, who in the world could resist? There they all go.
Look at these guys here. Look at these guys. Well trained. Look at these. They're precise. They are very precise. Was that a hole in the deck?
I think that's like a grab iron or something like. Wait, right there?
Yeah, what is that?
That might be a hole in the deck. I thought you were talking about that thing over there.
I don't know. It looks like a hole. I'm not sure if maybe that's just a glitch with the camera. That's a bit odd.
We see them bebopping around down there on the deck as they're taking the vessel. You know, the special forces, they must be getting really familiar with the smell of sour crude on these ships.
I like how we just circle it with basically TV camera circling around the thing. I know someone is sitting back there, you know, some tough guy who's like real tough with small shirts. He's watching this from the comfort of an office thinking, look at that.
Man, time to try another pull-up. Like, oh, man. But moving on out of the area of the Caribbean, it's time for us folks to move on up into the capital of the United States of America. It's time for us to move up into Washington, D.C. And we do have some interesting developments here, folks. Some of y'all will notice that there is a colored marker here in Washington that has never been colored in this form before. It's a very special one. We'll save that for our last marker before we move out of Washington, D.C. It's the purple one on the map. We'll get to that here in a little bit. We did get to hear, starting off to our news today, that the Congress has done a little bit of research. At least the Congressional Budget Office has done some research on the proposed Trump-class battleship, which is more so a battle cruiser, and a lot of people have said that, but I want to make it clear, folks, that we are calling it a battleship because that is currently what the President has called it, and that's also what the Department of Defense has called it, is a battleship, not a battle cruiser. And I know that, at least in terms of comparability, it's comparable to a Kiev-class battle cruiser from the Soviet Union. I do know that, and I will say that up front. So it generally is more so a battle cruiser than anything. However, they're calling it a battleship, so we're going to call it a battleship. According to the Congressional Budget Office, one of these can cost somewhere in between $15.1 to $22 billion. That's more than an aircraft carrier.
That's a lot of damn money right there. That's expensive.
This actually, folks, would make this the most expensive U.S. warship ever built. It's more expensive than the Gerald R. Ford, or a Nimitz-class, or the USS Enterprise, or any Iowa-class battleship adjusting for inflation, or any other warship that has ever been built in American history when adjusting for inflation. This ship will be the most expensive ever built, meaning that the amount of these that could be built would be incredibly limited. For about $100 billion, you could get about 4 of these things. At the maximum. So
do they have financing plans?
Huh?
Did they have financing plans for this thing? Like, can we get a little Klarna on it or something?
Man, I have heard that they're trying to set up a payment plan through Klarna to try and get a couple of these things.
Oh boy!
But I want to put this into picture for all of y'all. Let's see here. The Gerald R. Ford. Let me go and get this really quickly for y'all. The cost of one of these. Here we are. The cost of a singular Gerald R. Ford class aircraft carrier, you can see it going under sea trials here, is 12.9, really $13 billion. So even at its cheapest, it's going to be $2 billion more than the largest and most advanced aircraft carrier ever built on the face of the globe. And these are considered to be the most important capital ship of a navy anywhere on the planet in this day and age. And I just got to make it clear, folks, the the Defiant class battleship, if we want to call it that, so that way I'm not saying the president's name every time, so that way people don't go, oh, you got derangement syndrome. Like, that battleship, folks, has far less utility than this aircraft carrier does. Because it's basically just a giant, large, floating missile defense battery that is only as well armed as an Arleigh Burke or a Ticonderoga class cruiser. So it has the same firepower. Like, I want to show you this because this is something that I gotta say. This thing is going to have, in its design, the same amount of firepower as one of these. This doesn't even look that large. It's not that large, actually. These are not a large vessel at all. They are destroyers by tonnage and also by length. Not that big. And a Defiant-class battleship is going to have the same amount of firepower as one of these, but it is going to cost about 5 times to 6 times more to build one than it would take to build one of these. It makes no sense from a spending perspective at all. And also it makes no sense from an actual strategic perspective at all, because multiple tests by Navy analysts and Navy designers have proven that having a small number of large capital ships is a death sentence in the modern day. We just need to have a humongous amount of ships with a large amount of interceptors and firepower available, and that is how you generally win a modern naval engagement. That is not according to me. That's according to the United States Navy's studies and tests that have been conducted in war games over the past 20 years. So building these is not only going to be a death sentence for the Navy's budget, it's going to be probably a death sentence for the sailors that have to serve on board of those ships if we go into a full-scale war. I got to say, it's a bad idea, and I hope that the Congress does not approve any funding for these, because it's basically as useless as a sunwall. But anyways, with that, I do understand that a lot of people are talking about that Russian oil tanker that was seized today, that little MT Veronica down in the Caribbean. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that seizure, and what are you thinking about it?
Okay, so this is one of several Russian oil tankers that have been seized near Venezuela. So do you think Putin will keep letting this slide, or is he going to do something about it? Because maybe he's going to carry out some of these threats that Putin keeps making over and over. So 47% said Putin can't do squat, while 29% said yes, Putin will let it slide, and 20% said Putin will be forced to respond. And there's really still not much that Putin can do about this, because his shadow fleet that keeps running around, of course, he did that on purpose. He wanted to do that so that way he could avoid sanctions. But it turns out the U.S. Knew all along where these ships were at, and now they're taking the big, bold step of taking them one by one and dismantling the fleet. So while this is probably very painful for Vladimir Putin, there's nothing he can do about it. All he can do is sit back and cry and see basically the Russian economy go down the toilet with all these ship seizures. So as far as I know, I think the U.S. is keeping the ships. I think this current one was empty, actually, so they're not keeping the oil on it because I think it was empty. But they're trying to keep the oil on all the ships they find as well. We're basically saying, hey, we like that. We'll have it. We're keeping it. That's basically the way the U.S. is operating at this point. So we're just taking it. And, there's nobody to stop the United States. So we're taking it, keeping it, and that's the way it is. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say that Putin can't do squat but cry. They haven't been able to do anything yet, and they're certainly not going to be able to do anything anytime in the future, because they're only getting weaker with each passing week because of the war in Ukraine. So with that, I hope that addresses that the best I can, at least in my opinion, because I would have to say I don't think that the Russians will be able to do a damn thing at all in terms of the seizure of this vessel. So moving us on from that, folks, it is time for us to get back into Washington, as we have also been able to hear that the U.S. is continuing to pressure the Mexican government to allow U.S. troops into the country to target fentanyl labs that are currently operated by the Sinaloa cartel or the other one. It's like the IJNC or something like that.
CJNG, man.
I never get that right. The CJNG, which is also the other cartel that's involved in the fentanyl trade. We have also been able to hear that, according to the Secretary of the Treasury, or the Treasury Department, new sanctions have been leveraged against the Islamic Republic of Iran for its brutal crackdown on protests. And we've also been able to hear that there has been restrictions on shadow banking, which the Iranians have been using to launder billions of dollars. Additionally, we have also been able to see within Washington that the president has claimed that everything's good inside of Iran. This was according to the President of the United States, quoting Fox News. Iranian protesters will no longer be sentenced to death after the president's warnings. Likewise, others. This is good news. Hopefully, it will continue. Meaning that at this point, according to the president's statements, it's being taken at face value that the executions of protesters is no longer going on. Although it is. We just saw video footage of them firing into crowds still inside of Tehran. So generally showing that that's not the case. We have also been able to see that the President of the United States has apparently made some sort of a statement to the Iranians telling them, according to Iran's envoy to Pakistan, that he doesn't plan on attacking Iran anytime soon, and there's really no intention of doing that. The president informed Iran he does not intend to attack, stated Iranian official. The president has informed Iran that he did not intend to attack and also asked Tehran to exercise restraint, according to Iran's envoy to Pakistan, Rezan Armiri Moghadam, as reported by Pakistani media outlet Dawn. The Iranian envoy disclosed he received that information at about 1 a.m. Pakistan time on Wednesday, which indicated that the president did not want war and he had asked Iran not to attack the U.S. interests in the region. Moghadam said people in Iran had a legitimate right to protest and that the government had engaged in talks with the demonstrators, the report added. And when they mean they engaged in talks, they meant they shot at them. The envoy also said armed groups carried out killings in Iran while also attacking mosques. So that was a statement from the Iranian ambassador or envoy to Pakistan as far as what he is claiming the United States made as statements to Pakistan, or more so to the Islamic Republic of Iran, using the envoy in Pakistan. So apparently, at least according to this information, it appears that the president has no intention on attacking the Iranians, and also he has stated that it appears that the killings have stopped inside of Iran, and for that reason, all is good. So moving on out of that, we have also been able to hear, folks, the most important thing of the year, folks. This little hunt has been going on for a minute, and we have finally seen, folks, that that little piece of metal has been won. You know, sometimes, folks, you knock on a door and there's no doorbell. And some people say, wow, this person must need a Nobel because they have a Nobel on their door. Well, it turns out, folks, that the President of the United States has finally been able to get himself one of those. Maria Corina Machado has given the Nobel Peace Prize to the President of the United States.
Oh no! Oh no! Can you even do that? Like, I'm not even sure. I'm not sure if that's like something you just give away. Can you?
I don't think you can give it away, really.
Huh. That's interesting. I thought the committee had to give that to somebody. I didn't know that someone who got awarded the prize could simply say, "Oh, I'm gonna hand it over to somebody different today."
Yeah, I'd have to say it was quite interesting. But you know, that's so he finally got it. You can see he's quite happy about it. I mean, you know, look at him right there. You know, he's quite happy about this whole deal. But
That's crazy too. She brought the thing and framed it apparently and put it in there. That's crazy work right there. She's desperate.
I mean, it's something else right there. The president also confirmed, this is the only post I put out of this right now, but the president did confirm on Truth Social that he had received the Nobel Peace Prize from Maria Corina Machado, confirming that this did happen, and this is apparently an official picture that was taken of this incident that happened today. But I gotta say this, folks. I gotta say this, because this is something that Matthew me said before the air. Maria Corina Machado is probably not a trusted person to be put in charge of Venezuela, because if they're that desperate to try and become the leader, that they'll do anything, including forfeiting their Nobel, to try and become the leader of Venezuela. Why in the world are they going through so much effort to appease other people to make sure that they can be installed as a leader? You know, like, I'm just saying, there's a little bit questionable. Like, I'm not talking about anything else on the political side or anything. That's just a little bit suspect to me.
So it looks like, according to Miss Disa, because I'm trying to get a gist of this, because we obviously see it looks like the medal has been handed over because it says to president and it has his name there on the little like framing. But I'm not really sure how this really works. Miss Disa says and claims that it's to give her the physical medal, but the award title remains with her. That's still interesting, though. I'm not sure if the Nobel Committee is going to respond to this in some way or another and say they don't approve of it or something like that, because it seems a bit strange to, you know, just give away or try to give away like the medal, even if that's the case. Seems a bit strange there. Honestly, I could care less about it, but it does show that this lady here is apparently very desperate to get power to do something to this degree. Now, some people might see it as a good gesture. Me personally, I see it as a desperate act. She's trying to basically get in the good graces at all costs, which seems a little bit tacky.
Also, folks, I just got to be straight up. Here's what I would believe at this point. If she's this desperate to go through any hoops and hurdles and doing backflips and gymnastics to try and get this position, I would assume that if the position was given to her, she would hold temporary leadership of the country to transition it into a democracy permanently. And that would probably be what would happen. That's what I'd assume. Because nobody in the planet, folks, would go through that much effort to jump through hurdles and hoops to then have the honorable goal of peacefully transitioning power with absolutely no self-gain or self-enrichment at that point at all. I mean, that would be like a historical enigma. It would be a 1 in a billion sort of a chance that would actually be the point. Because like, think about it, folks. If you're sitting here saying, I am the person who wants to peacefully transition Venezuela out of its dictatorial socialist extremist government and back into a true democracy that actually benefits the citizenry and the people. I want to be incredibly benevolent, and I want to do this only for the interest of the Venezuelan people. And then when it comes to it, she goes, I'm so desperate to be that person, to do something for myself that has absolutely no gain whatsoever. I will do anything to get into that spot. Makes me question it. Like, I'm just going to be upfront. Like, that seems a little bit suspect to me. But anyways, moving on from that and on out of that news, I had to make sure that we told you all that. The president finally did get the medal. We are going to be moving on and into Europe and also into the greater war in Ukraine, which we still have to cover. Moving us on into France, starting off our first and most important piece of news in the European segment tonight, we have been able to hear that the French president, Emmanuel Macron, has stated and apparently has proof that France now provides the majority of intelligence support to Ukraine and has taken over the American role, stating that France is now providing, out of all the intelligence that Ukraine receives, around 2/3 of all of the intelligence that the Ukrainians receive actually comes from the French Republic and not the United States of America. This is starting to show that there is a significant shift, as we've already understood, happening to where the United States is taking basically second fiddle in the Ukraine war in terms of foreign support and intelligence provisions to the Europeans, and primarily France, which poses itself as the largest and most important nation within Europe and generally the leader of the European sphere. A lot of people have actually been talking about this today and their thoughts on this sort of a statement by the French president. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So France is now saying that they are giving more intelligence than United States intelligence agencies. They give over 2/3, France does, to Ukraine for their intelligence usage, and the USA is falling behind. So what are your thoughts? 45% said Ukraine is still semi-dependent on the United States, while 32% said Ukraine isn't dependent on the USA anymore, and 16% said I need more info first. So I would say at this point, Ukraine is still semi-dependent, but they are certainly becoming a lot less reliant on U.S. support at this point, because not only are they not needing a whole bunch of equipment, or at least monetary support from the United States, because now Europe's provided a $100 billion line of credit to Ukraine to fund their war, but now apparently most of their intelligence is coming from the EU and specifically France. So now it's becoming a lot less likely that the U.S. can strong-arm Ukraine into a bad raw deal. That's becoming a lot less likely, and it looks like Ukraine's pretty much operating at least mostly independent. They still need the United States on their side, but they don't need them as badly as they used to have them. So this is the best position Ukraine could be in at this point. They're in a much more advantageous position than they were in just 6 months ago. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, I would have to be with the 47%. The Ukrainians are most likely going to be semi-dependent on the U.S. from this point on, but generally that sort of dependence is waning fast. The U.S. is providing them basically no military support and hardly any intelligence support. Generally, at this point, the Ukrainians could go it alone without the United States at all. And on top of that, that means the United States has absolutely no leverage to force the Ukrainians into some form of a raw deal with the Russian Federation. So it's kind of a bit of a double-edged sword. We're completely losing our ability to even sway the war in Ukraine into U.S. interests, and we're basically putting it in the hands of Europe, which means that they'll only be assuring U.S. interests. European interests, and U.S. interests will not even really be that much of a primary concern for them. And also on top of that, we're seeing that the situation, at least globally, is once again showing us that the U.S. is not really leveraging any situation to its benefit or towards our future benefit at this point as well. So I hope that does address that, at least in my opinion. It's not really a good thing to hear that the French are pretty much taking top spot, not because the French are a bad nation, but because the United States should be doing enough that we are still, once again, showing ourselves as the leader of the sphere instead of just, second fiddle to smaller nations that make up the Western sphere. That's generally how it should be looked at. But moving on from that, we've also heard that the Federal Republic of Germany is apparently lamenting a prior decision, and one that I generally have to say I was not a fan of when it happened. The German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has acknowledged today that Germany's decision to abandon nuclear energy was a serious strategic mistake, and criticized the country's current energy transition as the most expensive in the world. To explain to all of y'all what happened back in the day, when the Fukushima Daiichi disaster happened in Japan, and because of generally What can only be described as Japanese nuclear power grid incompetence. The Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant went into a meltdown due to multiple design flaws that had been openly stated by the Japanese government as serious issues that needed to be addressed, and the company operating that nuclear power plant never addressed them, and because of that it went into a meltdown. A whole bunch of people in Germany, for some reason, started to just absolutely hate nuclear power, and they wanted to go to something else. They wanted to be green, but they didn't want it to be nuclear, although nuclear is green energy, and probably the cleanest form of energy and the most efficient form of energy that can be produced across the globe. So the German government, through multiple different iterations from that point forward, have started to iterate a complete transition from nuclear power and into green energy. The only problem is that green energy kind of only works, but not really. And I'll explain really quickly why. But a lot of people always talk about we need to transition to green energy like solar and wind. But the problem with solar and wind, folks, is that the sun doesn't shine every day and the winds don't blow every day. So that means that the energy production from those forms of power producers is what's called passive energy production, meaning that it doesn't actually correlate to any demand made by the energy grid, it just produces whenever. And that's not how an energy grid works. An energy grid has to be able to produce the exact demand electrically nationwide on the grid when it's being called upon. When people are turning on all of their tea kettles in the afternoon, the energy production has to go up. When they're all asleep at night, the energy production goes down. When everyone's getting to work in the morning, the energy production goes up again, and so on and so forth, day after day, week after week, month after month. And because the Germans shut down the nuclear power plants, which actually could react to those fluctuations in the grid on demand, they had to come up with another thing to be able to produce the power that the green energy producers of wind and solar were not able to produce, which turned them into the dirtiest form of energy production the world over. I'm not even kidding. It's the dirtiest. German coal, and I don't mean any coal, I mean the absolutely grimiest coal out of these pits right here, just west of Cologne. They've been digging this out of the ground in the millions, well, yeah, and actually in the millions of tons every single year. I forgot the exact grade of this coal, but it's actually one of the dirtiest burning coals on the planet. And because of this, they actually had to reactivate a whole bunch of coal power plants throughout Germany, and they've also had to build others to make sure that they appease the public and don't produce the nuclear power, or reopen the nuclear power plants that they shut down, and to also try and keep, the power grid running while they try and build enough wind farms and solar farms to be able to eventually replace the coal-fired power plants. So in short, folks, the Germans now rely on the dirtiest coal imaginable. It's brown coal, actually. Thank you, Gothic fan. That actually is what it is. It's brown coal, which is the worst type on the planet. They now rely primarily on coal, or they rely on the very unreliable wind and solar power plants instead of the highly reliable, highly efficient nuclear power plants that they had. And what is crazy, folks, is that France, on the other hand, runs their entire power grid off of nuclear power. Something like 75% of France's national grid runs on nuclear power produced inside of the country. Germany doesn't. Germany mostly relies right now, it's a very diversified power grid, but the largest fraction of their diversified power grid is coal-fired power, which is just insanely unclean and also not really that strategic, considering that it requires excessive labor and work to be able to get a ton of coal to then burn that ton of coal, and it's also not that clean. So, for that reason, the Germans are now lamenting this action, and I would hope, because this would be the most sensible action for German interests, that they rekindle their investments and restart those nuclear-fired power plants, because coal and green energy in the form of solar and wind, they're just not the way to go. Like, none of those ways are the way to go. Nuclear is the power of the future. Like, there's no question about that. Anyone who talks about the energy grid knows that. And I don't know why in the world the decision was made. So it looks like the Germans might be wising up to that. I hope that they do, because that would be the best thing for them, primarily. Not for the United States, but it would be the greatest thing for them for their strategic and economic purposes. And not only that, nuclear power will provide them a great deal of additional surplus energy that they can then use to expand their own industrial base, which also will once again be in German interest, producing them more money, and also making sure to keep the German economy stable and open to further growth and development. But moving
if only they'd use that beautiful clean coal, like not the dirty one, but the one washed with soap. That beautiful clean coal, the squeaky clean type. If they'd use that, they'd be much better off in Germany because, for whatever reason, Germany hates nuclear power. At least they did hate it. Now they're turning out to love it once again, because it turns out that coal was not so beautiful and clean and squeaky clean after all. They didn't use the right soap, apparently. But it turns out they need that stuff again. They need some fusion energy. I forget the fission. They just need to move straight to fusion.
I would say fission is definitely what would work for them right now, but fusion is in the future, folks. It's coming around. It's still kind of theoretical at the moment, but it is going to be an existing technology of the future. And I would hope honestly, folks, that every country in the world, especially in our Western sphere, would move to nuclear fusion at some point in the future. It's extremely safe from what we know. It's extremely powerful, wildly efficient, and unlimited energy for the amount of raw material that we need to be able to produce it. It's wildly efficient.
It's just the only problem with fusion. The only problem with fusion is every time someone comes around to a breakthrough, all of a sudden something horrible happens to them. Every time they come around to a breakthrough, like we lost a very bright scientist that was working on things related to fusion and also energy projects like that. He got capped in his apartment by somebody. I'm not sure who even did it. I'm not even sure if they said who did. I'm not sure if they even found out. But the guy got popped in his apartment. So I don't know what was up with that. I think they were saying Iran was involved with it or something. But yeah, apparently there's a lot of opponents to fusion. I think Iran might be one of them.
Yeah, I would have to say I would be pretty sure about that. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear that the Danish are once again speaking today. Denmark's army chief, which I'm not going to lie, for Denmark to have not really been in that many conflicts, this guy looks like he's seen something. But he stated that they're ready to defend Greenland. And the way that this guy is looking in this picture, I honestly don't doubt that. I think that they actually are ready to defend Greenland. So hopefully that we never have to see that happens, because this guy looks like he means business. But moving on from that and on into Poland, we have also been able to hear that the Polish will be providing 9 more MiG-29s to the state of Ukraine. That was according to the Polish Deputy Defense Minister, Zaleski, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. In addition to the aircraft, Poland is actively assembling another military aid package for Ukraine. So they will be working hard, folks, to get another 9 MiGs to the Ukrainians, which in most other conflicts, these would be useless. Against the Russians, these are actually pretty good because the Russians only have MiG-29s as some of their greatest aircraft as well. So good thing to hear that the Poles are providing them, and hopefully we'll be able to see that they are used quite well in the Ukrainian Air Force. So with that, folks, it is time for us to move on and into that big old news that we got inside the war in Ukraine. Because we got a lot of it, folks. We got a lot of it. So let's move on in to our big news. Starting off in Kyiv, we were able to see the skies over Kyiv last night, which I don't really know what this was, spotlights or aurora borealis. Couldn't really tell you, but it did look pretty cool.
It kind of looks like a aurora borealis. I'm not sure what's up with that. Maybe just the solar flares or something, having something to do with that. Like people were talking about that maybe brought the networks down the other day.
Maybe. I mean, it was quite interesting looking, though, and really neat to see. Moving on out of Kyiv, though, we also have been able to get some interesting news out of our location unknowns. Let's take a little gander. We were able to see for the first time ever that the Ukrainians, while playing their trap beats, took out this Shahed drone that was carrying an R-60M on board. This is the first one I've ever seen that's been shot down that was carrying an air-to-air missile. And they took it out.
Oh, they got it right on the right spot, too. They hit that thing.
Man, they hit that thing, wha-bam! And we also got to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours as well. Take a look at this. Holy moly! Nistisa, keeper of the records, has stated some notable losses today. 929 drones ranks the 4th highest daily loss. 84 artillery ranks as 8th. 187 vehicles ranks as 9th. And 8 MLRSs ranks 4th, tied with another 5 days. And over the course of the past 24 hours, folks, past 24 hours, actually, whoopsie daisy, my English skills are deteriorating. I'm about to start speaking my true language, which is Mandarin. But moving on to our casualty report over the past, but anyways, moving on from that and into our casualty report, we have been able to confirm that 1,150 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 2 APCs, 187 supply trucks, 7 main battle tanks, 84 artillery pieces, 929 drones, 8 MLRSs, and 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. All in all, it was a pretty good day. It was great to see that the Ukrainian armed forces were able to inflict such losses onto the Russian Federation and continue to hold their lines. I also have to keep in mind, folks, that the reason why I just had to go through all that is that I was just hit with a splitting headache, and for some reason I'm hearing this loud thumping noise and then a high-pitched squeal every once in a while. Very weird. I think in a minute, folks, I'm probably about to reach the intellectual capacity where I'm going to go on a show and someone's going to say, oh, do you think that was very benevolent? I'm going to go, what's benevolent? What does that mean? Oh,
or you
man.
could start laughing maniacally, like,
Russia didn't invade Ukraine. It was Ukraine that invaded Russia. I'm about to start getting into that level of intelligence. I'm moving on from that.
Oh, man. That guy's an idiot, though, but go ahead.
Oh, man. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on down into Kupiansk, where we were able to see the Ukrainians took some more prisoners. Let's take a little look. Oh, they're playing that trap. Dang. They like that trap. But we can see them getting ready to take some more prisoners into the prisoner fund.
Well, there's a nice ladder here. It's like a ladder to a sauna. Wow, it is like a sauna inside. There's smoke coming out of that building.
Oh, look, it's Russian.
Oh, they were in the sauna.
They were cooking. Man,
they were trying that like Norwegian special. Like, get in the sauna and it's good for your health, they say.
Also, I like how you can tell the Ukrainians versus the Russians because the Ukrainians actually give their guys winter smocks while the Russians just don't have any.
Yeah, really. That's their sauna outfit.
Also, I can see some people asking, why do you have this headache, Enforcer? You're generally well of health, and that would be a lie. It's like to say I'm well of health. That'd be a lie. But the reason why I probably have the headache, folks, just to quickly tell y'all, big reason why I think that is. Let me see. Oh, man.
Oh, excuse you. Bless you.
The reason why I have this headache, folks, is probably because of this. This is called an inversion, and this is kind of special to the LA and Salt Lake City area. Basically, what y'all are looking at in this picture here is what can only be described as the consistency of a pea soup. Basically, because of a form of an air element moving over the mountain range at the moment, all of the cold air is actually pushed down here onto the city, and because of that, none of the pollutants that are created from the factories and such things are actually able to escape the area. So that soupy looking air right there is actually pollution. And it looks like that right now in Salt Lake City. It is thick AF. Like, I'm not kidding. It is thick. Like, you can only see maybe a few miles at best, and then the mountains just completely disappear in the smog. So, they're saying that this will be generally out of here by Friday, and I'm hoping that it is. This is the worst one that's happened in years, as a matter of fact, just a couple of months after we moved here. So hopefully this one will be gone. It's getting better year over year from what I'm hearing, and they're really trying to work on air quality improvements around here. But winter inversions are common to this area because of the mountain ranges and the geographical location of the city. So that might be the reason why. That's what I'm thinking the reason why is. But moving on from that, we also were able to see within Kupiansk that a multi-story building had been detonated by none other than the Ukrainian SOF. Chad music ensues. You can see them getting the TM62 anti-tank mines ready in a large satchel.
Man, I'll tell you what. I went outside today, I got in that fog, and I cut it with a knife, and I ate that for dinner. It saves a lot of money that way.
Kind of tastes like the smell of rotten eggs, though. Like, it a little bit. But
I don't really have a problem with it in my place. I got that HEPA filter I was telling you about yesterday. I like a good HEPA, and it does a good job, too. The Enforcer's breathing like a child in the coal mine over there. He's got no filter.
Yeah, that's true. I kind of am roughing it out, folks. They say it's the equivalent of smoking 3 cigarettes a day, this inversion right now. And honestly, I mean, I don't smoke cigarettes, but that's not too bad. I mean, if I was smoking cigarettes, I have a feeling it'd probably be like a pack a day. So, I mean, 3 isn't too bad. Like, compared to the...
You can't get addicted to the smog, though. That's the bright side of it. You can't get addicted to that, but you can get addicted to a cigarette.
Yeah, bro, I'm going to be sitting there in the future. Damn it, I haven't had my smog for breakfast. Like,
oh, man. That only happens in China.
Man, near Shenzhen.
What's up, Beijing? I don't know. I can't think of it. This fog. It's getting in my brain, brain fog.
Oh, man, and we can see them all wandering outside. They're looking at the handiwork here. Let's take a look at their handiwork from outside. That's what they were able to do right here, folks. They collapsed an entire portion of the apartment building. that the Russians are inside of. I mean, that's something right there. That's really something.
You know, in Russia, in Russia, if they have smog like that, which I'm sure they do, is it's like kind of like a hellhole a little bit. But if they have smog like that, they consider that like a gift from the government because that cuts down on them having to buy certain cigarettes. They get just about 3 cigarettes worth of deathly effects without even having to pay for it. So it's considered a blessing.
Oh, you want to see Russia's most polluted city? Here you go. This is Norilsk, Russia's most polluted city.
That's bad. That looks like something from a dystopia. Oh my God, it's red.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. There's no such thing as the EPA in Russia, and this is what you get, folks, when you don't have an environmental protection agency. That's what happens. It's a hell on earth, really. I've seen one YouTuber or two actually go here. And it is so toxic that I think the life expectancy here is a couple of decades lower than most other places in the world. So, pretty rough. I'm not going to lie. Whenever I look at this, folks, I feel #blessed to live in Salt Lake City. Because while we do have winter inversions and things like this, at least we do not have anything like that in Norilsk. So, moving on from that and on into our next bit of news, further on down in Torske, we also were able to see that a Russian soldier didn't make it out, but I won't be able to show you that one. We also get to see them dropping bomblets on the Russians in the 53rd Mechanized Brigade.
It's called this unit the Air Predators.
Yes. AKA the Air Diddy.
Oh, man. Hopefully they don't have a list of targets or something like that. That would be a bad deal there. No, we don't want any lists, no lists from any group called the Predators.
Ain't nothing like a Diddy party. Man, I'm telling you, oh, man. Man, look at that. They're really dropping them. Dropping them like they're hot. By the way, folks, there's some information that you could drop to the FBI right now to help them out with some situations in Minnesota. You know who to call. But anyway, so you can see them continuing to drop the bomblets. Man, look at this. I mean, they're really quite thorough here.
It's still kind of snowing in some areas of Ukraine, so they still have that white powder on the ground.
The white powder of the snow. Ooh. Also, someone said y'all are going crazy tonight. Yeah, we're getting to yuck it up a little bit and have some more laughs tonight. Because tonight we don't feel like it's that it's extremely serious. Because last night there was a gazillion people here. Tonight there's a lot of people here, but not as much as last night. And I kind of felt some pressure last night, so we're able to kind of sit back and have a little bit more of a comical time because I don't feel the pressure on me tonight like there was last night. But we can see them here continuing to hit the little Russian outpost here.
Also, by the way, I just got a little information from a little birdie out there that says that apparently the newest intelligence the U.S. has received indicates that Iran's preparing options to target American bases in the Middle East, apparently. So that's the newest information from a little birdie. So like I said, the Iran situation is far from over. That situation is just simmering as we put stuff in position.
It really is just simmering. We also got to see the 54th Mechanized Brigade hitting Russian targets around the area of the Seversk front. Boom, blit. Boom, blit. Oh, Bohaka.
Oh, and ugly.
Man. Oh, ATV. Oh, what a nice day down there in the Seversk front. Moving on from that, and also into the area of Pokrovsk, specifically Militarization, we also get to see the 35th Marines doing some work in here. And we see them slamming those Russians. Holy moly, look at them go. I tell you, folks, they don't play around in the Ukrainian drone forces. They never do. Oh, and another one, and another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. Ooh!
And like Aurora said, and she'll like it too.
Oh my
God. That was loud. That peaked.
Man, honestly, man, I don't even know why. That was like normal volume for me. But also, by the way, we have been able to see this, folks. This is something very interesting, put out by George Barros. This is from the Institute for the Study of War, and this is the amount of ground that Russia has gained monthly in the war in Ukraine. And as we can see right here, In December of 2025, they gained about 456 kilometers of ground. So they're going quite slowly. Basically, they're not gaining ground ever. If they do, it's incredibly small. May as well not even count. So,
Is it fair to say that the Russian forces in this war right here is the worst performing armed forces in the history of warfare? Is it fair to say that?
well, not quite. There's actually people who beat them, but they definitely are the worst of the 21st century. That I can say.
Yeah, it seems like they're getting no progress here. If this was a stock market graph, which just seems to be the only thing that politicians can understand these days, is stock market graphs, this right here means no money in the stock market. It's staying steady. We're not gaining any investment gains. We're not gain maxing. And it looks like the Russians are actually lost maxing, it looks like.
I'm not gonna lie. This thing is flatlined basically since the 1st of January of 2023, which is now 3 years ago. And it's basically never changed since then. You know, it's funny, folks. It has changed so little throughout the past 3 years. I'll just be straight up with y'all. I hardly ever update this frontline map. And it's basically still accurate about a year later, even with me never updating it hardly. Might as well still be accurate. It's just absolutely crazy that that is the case these days. It is a dead-on stalemate. They cannot push the Ukrainians back. And I just find it so funny that when you look at graphs like this, some people will still say that the Russians are winning. They're invading another country, so they have to take ground. That's the only way to win. And they've never been taking any major amount of ground to win over the past 3 years. So, with that in mind, I gotta say, not looking good for the Russians, that's for sure. And so with that, we are going to be moving on down into the area of the Dnipro River, where the 40th was playing that drum and bass, and also taking out some Russian boats. Oh, look at him whipping that sick drift. Oh, dang! They booking it. Good lord. Oh! And the boats come to a stop. We see one guy going for a swim.
Are they trying to save? Oh, it's smoking. It's smoking.
Uh-oh. Oh, dang. Boom, and they got it right in
no.
the midships. Oh, and off it goes into the reeds. Oh, my God. It's chugging like a train through the reeds. Oh, my God.
Damn. There's like a roach or something that jumped off of it, or like some critter so jumped off of it.
Man, there were some roaches. I'm not gonna lie, folks. They ain't playing. The Russians are crawling around down there. I'm not gonna lie, the 40th, they don't take any mercy on the boatmen. Like, if you're on a boat down there in the Dnieper right now, you're not making it to the other side.
Jeez. Also, what was that? A critter jumping off that? Was that a critter, or what was that?
That was actually a Russian soldier. Like that. That was a Russian.
That was an odd-looking soldier. I didn't exactly look normal.
Man, I heard that his favorite food is Twinkies, a lot like Russians. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to move on out of the Dnieper River area and on up into Kyiv, because we do have the speech from the president of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here over the past 24 hours of the war. And we can see that they're putting thumbnails in the stuff, and also appears that his office has been lighted dramatically today. So without further ado, here is the speech.
Speech.
Шановні українці, українки, день почав зі спеціального формату. Тепер так щодня буде, всі на зв'язку. Спеціальний селектор з кожним, хто відповідає за відновлення та управління в умовах такої надзвичайної ситуації. Енергетика, забезпечення в містах і селах, від уряду та військових до областей, до обласної влади, керівників громад, Київ та область, Харків та область, Дніпровщина, Дніпро, Кривий Ріг, Запоріжжя, Суми, Чернігів. Визначені завдання. Протягом дня уряд повинен дати рішення. Передусім, щоб збільшити імпорт електрики та всі можливості резервного постачання та забезпечення. Пункти підтримки у містах. Є окремі завдання для МВС, в тому числі по реальному інформуванню людей, щоб кожен міг звернутися на лінію 112 і отримати допомогу, отримати інформацію по опаленню та забезпеченню електрикою. Важливо, щоб державні інституції та влада на місцях були в повній комунікації з бізнесом, з енергетичними компаніями, з усіма, хто зараз може додати ресурсів для спільної стійкості. Мають бути рішення щодо комендантської години, щоб підприємцям було простіше планувати роботу і щоб можна було об'єкти бізнесу використовувати як пункти підтримки для людей. Зокрема, урядовці вже говорили з торговельними мережами. Я доручив прем'єр-міністру України та першому віце-прем'єру, міністру енергетики і іншим урядовцям бути максимально активними в комунікації з суспільством та максимально допомагати громадам. Окремо, ми говорили з міністром оборони України та командувачем повітряних сил по захисту об'єктів енергетики, по потребах, які у нас є. Сьогодні знов були жорсткі удари по Харкову, саме по критичній інфраструктурі, ракетні удари. Шахеди і вранці, і зараз ввечері проти Києва. Важка ситуація в прикордонних регіонах. Важливо посилити також Дніпровщину та Одесу. Ми будемо більше контактувати з партнерами. Я говорив щойно з Марком Рютте, зокрема про програму «Пьорл» та наші можливості купувати ракети для протиповітряної оборони. Ми говорили і про дипломатичну роботу з Америкою. Ніколи Україна не була, не буде перепоною для миру. Саме російські ракети, російські шахеди, російське намагання знищити Україну є чіткими доказами, що Росії потрібні зовсім не угоди. Коли через Росію у українців немає електрики по 20-30 годин, коли російські удари направлені на те, щоб зламати нашу енергетику і наших людей, саме на Росію треба тиснути. Я дякую всім, хто в цьому Україну підтримує. Будемо значно активніше вести нашу дипломатичну роботу і публічну, та офіційну, і непублічну, та неофіційну. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Ram Slava, I mean, he ended that so quickly. That was really a shock to me. But nevertheless, that is the end of the speech from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1422 of the news from around the world. It's time for us, folks, to move on to the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, what a time it's going to be. I've got to thank all 100,000 of y'all who've watched the stream so far in the first 2 hours, and we have plenty to go. Many questions and lots of fun times ahead. Y'all make sure to stick around, because the good times, folks, they're waning away. And you'll look back in 10 years from now, and you'll be thinking, man, I missed that Enforcer Questions segment, and now I sleep in a pod with many other inhabitants, and I eat the bugs. And we do have sour crude, but that's about all we have, and some ice from Greenland. So make sure to appreciate the good times while you have them, folks, because they might not be around that long. Some people, like the hot dog man, might be finding out about that soon. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, getting us on into this question segment. And Matthew, what do we got here? What do we got?
All right, so jumping into our final question segment of the night, I must admit that this inversion, this winter smog outside that you can cut with a butter knife, basically, is really, really just irritating my throat a little bit. The filter's doing it, but also I think it dries the air out too. I need to get that humidifier that I've been yapping about for a long time. I really do need to get that. But anyways, though, getting out of that whole segment right there about the humidifier and the smog that you can cut with knives, we got to get away from that, because that really just, it sets me off a little bit about that smog. But anyways, jumping into our super chats here, to our first one. This one goes to Racer Jake once again, and thank you very much, Racer Jake, for that $50 support once again. He said, sir, also the United States has technology so advanced that we can knock out every single boom out of the sky right now or from the ocean. And I don't know about that, Racer Jake. Like, we do have air defense systems which are very, very potent, probably more potent than the Israelis' air defense systems. But I'm not so convinced that we have this sci-fi technology that some people believe we possess. I'm not so convinced about that. I think some of that might be psychological, because every country, including the United States, always goes on psychological campaigns to convince the enemy that we have weapons that they've never heard of before. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to generally agree with Enforcer Matt on that. Our capabilities are some of the most advanced in the world, but we still can be overwhelmed and overpowered. It's just that we generally pick our fights well enough these days that never really happens, or has a chance of happening. So I hope that does address that well the best I can. But I do thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I'm a patriot, but at the same time, having overconfidence is deadly. And a lot of countries in the past have had that sort of overconfidence to think that they're the greatest in the world and they're the best and they can do anything anything, anywhere, and, they can even half-ass something, it'll go fine. And a lot of people usually end up dying because of those sorts of mindsets. Like, for example, the Battle of the Somme in the First World War, or Germany throughout the entirety of the Second World War, or Imperial Japan throughout the entirety of the Second World War. A lot of countries with overconfidence that would end up beating them or besting them in the long run. So I would say that while I'm very proud of the United States, I always make sure to have a realistic approach to things and not have overconfidence, because people's lives are in the leadership's hands, and if they think overconfidently, we could overconfidently get a lot of our own people killed. And that's always a very humanizing sort of a thing on that perspective every day, at least to me, is that we always need to make sure to keep in mind that people's lives are always at stake with a lot of actions that are made, and that's why we can never really be overconfident, because a lot of people could end up suffering or dying as a result of overconfidence. But I do thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here, our next super chat, goes to Ilnium. And Ilnium puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support once again. They said, "Hi, world. And if you watch us get hurt today, you'll apparently, according to them, face the same thing in your countries. And no matter how safe it looks, as they have rooted everywhere with this whole thing." Also, I'm not sure if I can read that last part there, because I think it gets into something that we can't read off on the air. But Enforcer, what say you?
Thank you for the support and sharing that. It's fairly interesting, but I do thank you massively once again. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to OK State, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, OK State, for that $20 support. He said, "Enforcers, today I learned about a new USA hypersonic ground launch missile called Blackbeard. Supposedly, it's a fraction of the cost of the $43 million Army hypersonic missile and can be launched from HIMARS launchers."
That's interesting. It looks like it's still in testing at the moment, but that would be pretty interesting to see put into practice. It's just, I just got to be honest. I think that hypersonics are kind of a little bit hyped, because back before the war in Ukraine started, everyone was saying, "Oh, hypersonics are, they can break through any air defense. They're completely unstoppable." But every one of Russia's hypersonics, even including the Zircon, which is truly a hypersonic, have been shot down inside of Ukraine by air defense. So I really just think it's just a faster missile, but once air defenses catch up completely to those faster missiles, we're basically at the same sort of hurdle that we're at today. And so for that reason, I think that's more so a battle of interceptors and the number of missiles that we have available, which is what Ukraine does with mass saturation tactics in Russia, and Russia also tries to do towards Ukraine, more so than having faster, smaller numbers of missiles. Quantity almost always beats quality, at least in most modern aerial engagements. And when I'm talking about like missile wars or air defense raids with missiles and other forms, things like that, numbers always beat out quality. That's what we definitely weren't learned in the war in Ukraine, and that's also what we learned in the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, is that Iran's sheer number of missiles and drones that they did fire, while they're not at all the quality of Israeli or American air defense systems, there were just so many of them that some of them would make it through. So with that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. But I think in those sorts of perspectives, my mindset with most missile warfare or any sort of aerial raids or attacks on other countries or any other military targets for that matter would be that a far larger number of cheaper weapon systems is better than a high quality number of smaller weapon systems. But I do thank you massively for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ed. And Ed puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, good sir, as well, for throwing in that support. He said, "LSA and Irish Ed here, and getting worried about our aircraft carriers. They are well protected. However, if they send hundreds of missiles and drones, it could overwhelm our defense. But God bless the USA."
And thank you so much for support. And I would say that that is a bit of a concern. A large enough number of drones and missiles could break through a carrier strike group's air defense capabilities. And so I would say that that is a pretty decent risk. And I think for that reason, we need to see that some of our vessels are refitted to have a larger amount of secondary weaponry on board to be able to deal with those sorts of threats if they ever started to emerge in a real war in the future. So I would thank you massively for the support, Irish Ed. And I would also agree with you. I think that the large amounts of interceptors, or not really interceptors, but missile and air threats that can be posed these days require a greater number of air defense systems and also interceptors that we could have available at any moment in a naval engagement. Once again, predicating the necessity for a larger navy with a larger volume of lesser armored vessels that have a far greater deal of firepower. I think that is the future of the navy more so than what we're doing right now. But humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Hunter Rome, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Hunter, for that support. He said, part of the cellular issues yesterday was allegedly caused by crackheads in my hometown, stealing copper from the cell towers. And you can see them here. I think he's being serious about that, actually. I think maybe that might have caused a localized issue. I've never heard of that, by the way. I've never heard of people actually like stealing the copper out of a cell tower before. That's a little bit wild. That's true. But the nationwide
Oh my
thing,
God.
I don't think the crack.
It's real.
I don't think the crackhead can account for all the nationwide stuff. But you say it's real?
Oh my God, it's real. Fox 8 actually reported that. Let's see. St. Bernard Sheriff's Office says has arrested 3 people and issued arrest warrants for 2 others in connection with a series of copper wire thefts across St. Bernard Parish. Oh my God.
On cell towers?
Apparently, I guess. Let's see here. Let me make sure. Let's see. Oh yeah, it actually did affect cellular towers in the area. They literally stripped the copper right out of the towers. Oh my God!
How the hell somebody even get in there? There's like huge fences around that stuff.
I don't even know, but apparently this happened down in Louisiana because it was saying that it was in a specific parish, which is a Louisianan thing. So,
man, I'll tell you what, they're wilding out down there in Louisiana.
Bro, dude, I can't believe that. We made so many jokes, folks, on this channel about people going around and stripping the copper wiring out of something, and they're actually doing that down in Louisiana. They caught 3 of them today, apparently. But that is absolutely crazy. I gotta say, that is the funniest thing I have ever heard, at least for today. And I gotta say, Hunter Rome, very sorry about y'all losing your copper wiring.
Wait a second. Let's see here. According to reports, allegedly, the suspects were caught scratching profusely.
Oh, really?
I'm joking about that part. I added that part myself.
Dude, I was about to be like, oh, yo? I was like, really? I was like, man, bro. Dude, you know something, folks? I gotta say, folks, I have a conspiracy theory. I think that crack actually makes people have like a built-in innate sense in their brains to sniff out copper. Like, I think they can smell it or something, because it's crazy how many crackheads go straight for copper wiring. It's like ingrained in them at that point. Like, they may have never run into copper before, but once they get to a insulated wire, I can promise you they're cutting that thing open, they're stripping the copper out. They don't even know why, but they're doing it. It's crazy with that.
That's worth the money. It's worth the money. That's why they're looking for some quick cash. I'm not sure how much of that could actually it probably turns into like $5 or something like that. But I mean, I guess if someone's real desperate and they're trying to get a fix, $5 could be all they need.
Man, you know, I actually heard, man, that they're going to be coming up with a new superhero here in the future. They're going to call him Copper Man, and they're going to have a very similar origin story to Spider-Man. But instead of getting bit by a spider and turning into Spider-Man, they're going to do a little bit of crack, and then they're going to be able to sniff out the copper wire. Like that's a whole the theory behind that comic book.
You know, before the crackheads started stealing the copper from things and stuff like that, before them, it was actually an animal that did all the stealing of the copper. Do you know what it was?
Which one?
It was the copperheads. You know, those snakes. That was how they got their name. The snakes were literally breaking into places and ripping the copper out. And it was like a whole cartel. Like, it was a whole cartel of these copperheads. And they were going around stealing the copper and they were selling it. That's how they got their name, Copperhead. And they even got so addicted to it that their whole being turned to a copper color because they were transporting so much of the copper on the snakes' backs. It turned them into copper.
Man, honestly, that's crazy. You know, folks, out here in Salt Lake City, we have this great deal that we have here to get to make sure that these types of folks aren't stealing the copper wiring out of the city's infrastructure. So what exists in Salt Lake City is this big pit down here on the southwestern end of the city. It's a copper mine. Like, no joke, it actually is. So whenever anyone has a little bit of the stuff, they immediately get the sense, they get the sense to smell out the copper, and they smell all the copper emanating from this one big pit. So they all go down there, and they burrow through, the earth and everything, getting the copper. It's really something magic, honestly. It produces a lot of copper in this nation, it's something else. Like, it really is something else. But I gotta say, as far as the situation in Louisiana, though, I gotta say, Hunter Rome, that is absolutely insane to hear that that actually happened down there. I guess that's the reason why y'all cellular was out, but everyone else's was out, and I don't think the crackheads were all hitting the copper wiring at the same time of the same day across the whole of the southeast. So I think that was just more so a y'all thing for your area, but everyone else I think was affected by something else. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And before we move on to the next one, folks, I feel a little song coming on. Copperman strips all the wiring wherever he can. It spins a yarn. It's like gets the what the hell's the thing, man? It gets the you got to find something that rhymes with yarn. Like
Gets the money. It gets the yarn. I don't even know. I'm not really a rhymer.
I'm not either. Man, like you don't see me here talking about benevolent. But anyways, with that we're on. Man,
What's benevolent?
Man, what's benevolent, man? I really don't like how you didn't. I really don't like how you didn't say something about something. Well, I did say it about something that's in this video. Well, I don't want to watch it because it's just so bad. Well, you better watch it because I said some stuff and like, oh, okay, but it's benevolent. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Dirty D24, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Dirty D24, for that support. He said, have you guys seen the videos of the soldiers, the African fighting soldiers alongside the Russians? And long live the LSA and Shrek and is love. Shrek is life.
I have seen that, and it's quite unfortunate because it appears that the Russians are, I don't even think I can describe this on YouTube, but they're putting landmines on them and then telling them to go on out there into the front. Like, I think y'all can kind of fill in the blanks there. I can't really get into more detail than that, but quite barbaric, I will have to say, and very unfortunate for those guys who were suckers enough to go and apparently go to Russia for work or go and voluntarily join the Russian army. The Ukrainians actually believe that none of them involuntarily are forced to join. A lot of them think they're actually forced to join inside of Ukraine. So with that, I hope that is addressed the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Putin Jenna, last name Tolls. And thank you for that 20, by the way. It said, let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, Lord, this one could be sketchy. I'm trying to read this
Lord. I read it.
I think this one is a little sketchy right here. I'm not sure if I can read this one off right here, Jenna. This one might be a little too spicy for the system. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Unfortunately, I don't think we could read that one, though. But we do thank you massively for helping this channel to keep running nonetheless, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here right now. So big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Charles, who puts in a 20. He said, Maduro was on a Saturday, so Iran may be the Saturday too. And I'm planning out my popcorn purchase, and you guys rock.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And I gotta say, thank you so much for the kind words. Now, it might happen this Saturday. It might happen on this Sunday. We're just not sure, but I have a feeling something's coming around at some point in the future. We'll just have to wait and see. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so I hope that you do get some popcorn, and I hope that it ends up being close to accurate. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, we have a $20 support from Waba, and thank you very much, Waba, for that support. He said, USS Grifter called it.
Oh, man. It's a grifter. Let's see.
Oh, man, gonna grift it around that corner, Tokyo Grifter.
Oh, man, I'm going to grift it real hard. I'm going to go and do as many questionable things as I can. Oh, man. I think I'm about to get arrested. Oh man, it gives me a laugh. I can't help but laugh at that, man. I can't help it. It's just so funny to see. It's all coming around. But anyways, beyond that though, I would have to say, I mean, isn't it a little expensive? $15.2 billion at a minimum for one of those, you know? Like, gotta say that's a little overpriced. Like very overpriced, honestly. Like extremely overpriced. Like it's so overpriced it wouldn't make any practical sense to build a single one of those. I mean, hell, I don't even think a Zumwalt costs that much. Let's see here. Let me go find that here really quickly, folks. Yeah, well, that certainly didn't cost that much. One of these, by the way, which I don't like these at all. I think they're terrible, and the Navy thinks they're terrible. But one of these cost $4.2 billion. That was it. Like, it's one of the largest ships we have in the Navy that's not an aircraft carrier, and yet it only costs $4.2 billion. This one, let me go get it. Let me go get it. Let me get it. This one is going to cost a whopping 15.2 to 22 billion dollars. I mean,
They
that's
certainly
just,
didn't invest that in the rendering. The renderings are hideous.
I mean, honestly, like it's something else. I gotta say. Oh, look, they have another rendering of it. Oh, that might be AI. I don't know, but
Almost like a video game on that one.
it's just not worth 15 to 22 billion dollars, folks. There's no way in hell that is worth that much. Like, it's a ripoff for this thing.
Wouldn't you need to make them cheaper? Because I thought the whole thing we were trying to do here was compete with China. But since China's manufacturing so many ships and they can replace them so quick, I thought we were supposed to make them cheaper and more easily manufacturable, so that way we can compete. Why are we doing them more expensive and more exclusive?
I don't even know. Yeah, like it's absolutely stupid. And then we also have let's see, the like we did try and also field one that's going to be smaller and cheaper to produce, which is going to be this little beauty, which is a Legend class cutter that has absolutely no vertical launch cells on board, meaning that it's basically useless in an actual naval engagement. So we have the two extremes, folks. We have a 15 to 22 billion dollar useless ship that is underpowered for what it is in every way, or we have this thing, which is small enough that it can be produced in large numbers, but it has absolutely no firepower, and is so, for that reason, basically useless. So that's really our two options right now as far as naval procurement's going. It's either this tiny useless ship that's basically a Coast Guard cutter, or it is the Trump class, which is also extremely overpriced, incredibly underpowered in firepower for its size, and grossly over budget, and also will never be produced in large numbers. It's just a horrendous travesty, folks. I don't know why someone in the Navy just doesn't go, hey guys, I got a great idea. What if we just take the ships that work right now and just kind of change the designs just a little and then build those? Like, I don't know, folks. Maybe I'm crazy here. Maybe I sound stupid, but they say that they've reached the absolute peak of the Arleigh class design. They just can't fit anything else on this ship because they've fit everything else they can on it at the moment. So here's my crazy theory, folks. What if we just took the Arleigh class destroyer, which is the most successful that we've ever made at this point in the class, and we just lengthen it a little bit? Just a little, and then build them that way. So that way you can fit a little bit more weaponry on board. That sounds to me like that would work the easiest. You'd have to widen the hull a little bit, and you would generally have to tweak a little bit of the design here and there, but outside of that, it would work. Why not do that?
Always created like an AI fleet of like drone ships instead.
Well, I mean, we still have to have conventional surface ships like these. It's like
Why?
these. Because, Matthew, these can be used in naval engagements for ground support and a myriad of other things. I mean, a drone ship would be beneficial to an extent, but, it'll have its limitations in other forms of combat.
I mean, it seems to me that with the advancement of technology, we should be able to have these ships largely remote controlled or automated to a large degree. And if you want to transport soldiers on them, you can, but you don't have to make them old school. I mean, it seems like we should be advancing the technology on it instead of just sort of, going parallel, and also not only going parallel, but also getting more expensive with the same old ships.
But who has a more advanced ship than the Arleigh Burke, though? Nobody yet, at least. So, it's like there is no reason to innovate, at least at the moment. Everyone else would be fighting on a conventional naval standing, unless if it's close to shore in a littoral sense. Everyone else would be fighting a conventional naval conflict just like we would. So it's like, if that is what our adversaries are doing, and that is our existent threat, our below the surface or sub warfare or non-sub warfare at the surface level, then why would we build ships for a form of warfare that doesn't necessarily exist yet? Why wouldn't we just build them to deal with the current threats that we have right now?
If I was the one strategizing for the Navy, I would personally take a lot of cues from Ukraine, because the fact that Ukraine has destroyed Russia's Navy to a large degree, and they don't even have a real Navy, like Ukraine doesn't even have one, but yet somehow they've managed to destroy a pretty large portion of the Russian Navy and also scare them off to literally run away and go to different ports. I would say that we should probably just find a way to improve upon what Ukraine's doing and do it better. And obviously, we have a bigger budget, so we can make it more professional and make it fieldable. Like, for example, a host ship that can bring a bunch of drone vessels, like little small Sea Baby type drones, and deploy like hundreds of them from one mothership and have a couple of those. That seems like that would be a huge advantage.
So, would this thing have any defensive capabilities?
Oh well, yeah, you could add missile cells to it, like you're talking about that one ship that Cutter doesn't have. You can add those VLS cells to it and protect it.
Well, yeah, but how would you fit hundreds of sea babies? I mean, like the an Arleigh Burke or something similar to the size might be able to fit maybe a dozen of them. You would never be able to put hundreds on this thing. Like you would have to have a
Well,
ginormous ship to do that.
well, the ship would generally be purpose built for it, and you could build like a launching system where you can launch one out the side at a time, like with an internal like elevator system. You could do something like that. Like it's definitely possible.
It's possible, but it would require a lot of space to do something like that. And then on top of that, the only reason the Ukrainians are doing well is because they're fighting within basically a bathtub. Like the Black Sea is incredibly small. At the widest across, it's only 582 miles. So their form of warfare is working well because the Russian Navy is a seafaring navy that's having to fight in what's basically a coastal range to its enemy, no matter how far away it tries to get. In a major conflict, like say in the Pacific, if you're looking at from coast to coast, from the U.S. to China, that's a 6,400 mile wide battlefield that the U.S. Navy and the Chinese will be fighting on. So then it's a totally different form of a conflict because the Ukrainians can bet their boots that the Russian Navy is going to be in one of two places, Sevastopol or Novorossiysk, or it's going to be somewhere in between those two. With us, we would have to be going, okay, the Chinese Navy can be from here to 6,400 miles away. And then we have to figure out where they are out there and then fight them somehow that way. And then at that point, those sorts of naval drones wouldn't really be that effective because the Chinese Navy could probably see them coming from a million miles away, or if they and probably destroy them before they even get there, or if they see them and they're coming, they can just turn away and sail on into the distance and pretty much just outrange them at some point to where they run out of power or they run out of range or something. So then it goes back, at least in a major naval engagement at sea, it goes back to more like a conventional naval conflict.
So in that case, you need stealth in that case, since you're worried about it being spotted. So what about a submersible? They could launch deployable mini drones out of the side of it, like torpedoes, and you could use it that way instead. So that way you have the element of stealth. You also have the ability to deploy these autonomous vehicles that don't require a crew. And also you can send out a bunch of mini deployables that can go out and hit targets individually.
Well, at that point, you're kind of just reinventing a U.S. submarine and a Mark 48 torpedo, because that's basically
But
what a Mark 48 torpedo is.
but in this case, so you don't need the whole crew. You don't have to build all these bunks and stuff like that. The whole thing is designed to be autonomous and remote controlled from satellite. So you wouldn't have to go through all that trouble to do all these other things that cost money. It would reduce the cost to build the thing a lot if you didn't have a crew on board.
But if you don't have a crew on board, then you have to communicate with it via satellite, and satellite transmissions will not be able to puncture the water line, meaning that this thing wouldn't be able to dive that deep. So it'd be pretty easy to detect because it would never be able to get under a thermal layer. And on top of that, the satellite transmission would be trackable, and they would basically know where that vessel is, even if it's submerged at all times, because it's being operated like an RC boat.
What about a mothership?
I mean, that's basically a submarine. I mean, like, like what you're describing really is just a U.S. nuclear powered attack submarine, which basically does everything that you're saying you would want a drone ship to do. It just does it with remote controlled torpedoes, which is basically the same thing.
I'm just trying to find a way to like take the cheap method that Iran and also Ukraine uses, and also Russia too. At this point, they're using shot heads a lot, and they even license produce them at this point, so they're using a hell of a lot of them. I'm just trying to find a way to get these cheap little crappy drones in large numbers on a target. However, you can do that and bring those cheap crappy drones closer to the battlefield and launch them closer, then that's a winning strategy. That's obviously worked a lot. I mean, it's worked for Iran. They overwhelmed the very potent Israeli systems back when that 12-day war was going on with cheap, nasty drones. Also, Russia does the same thing. They overwhelm Ukraine systems with those cheap, nasty drones, and Ukraine does the same thing back to them. So if you can find a way to get a large number of those closer to the battlefield, closer to the target, and launch them all at once, you have a pretty solid strategy.
I mean, probably, but I would say that's probably more so a coastal defense sort of a scenario, more so than a large naval engagement over, say, a large ocean like the Atlantic or the Indian or the Pacific. I would say that'd be more so like a coastal defense thing. Like that would definitely be a usable strategy for a country like Taiwan or South Korea or Japan, but I just think that we're so far away from that engagement zone. Even in Guam, we're still about 1,200 miles away. That's so far away, it'd be really hard to make that kind of coastal defense strategy viable, especially against moving targets over such a wide area.
Maybe so. It's just the USA. The USA is trying to get on board with that idea because if you look up the Lucas drone, the Lucas looks like a Shahed, looks like an Iranian drone. So they're developing things like that, but they're behind the curve though. They're a little bit late to the party on that sort of thing right there. So with those cheap drones, it seems like things like tanks, things like destroyers and ships, anything that is slow moving and large, it seems almost like a sitting duck in the world of drone warfare. That's the problem I'm having with that whole thing right now.
But the thing is though, like as far as like say with an Arleigh Burke, like getting back around to this, an Arleigh Burke can pick up drone-sized targets. We know that because they picked them up when the Houthis fired drone-sized targets at our destroyers that were in the southern area of the Red Sea and also in the Gulf of Aden, and they were able to engage them and shoot them down at extremely long distances with their VLS cells. If they didn't want to use the VLS cells, they have a lot of firepower on an Arleigh Burke alone to be able to deal with those threats. They have the CIWS and they also have the main gun, which operate as as a flat cannon basically, which would be able to shoot down a large number of drones, like hell, even 12 miles away from the ship before they even got close. So I mean, a destroyer actually does have a lot of capabilities in the open sea to be able to deal with those sorts of drone threats without being overwhelmed or overpowered. It's just that the
But if
Russian
you but
Navy.
if you but if you have like let's say 100 Shahed style drones heading for one ship, like that one right there with the VLS system on board, that system is not going to be able to handle that. I don't think it can because I mean, if they're all coming in pretty rapid succession, I mean that's what overwhelms the Iron Dome, and the Iron Dome's an extremely potent system. So, I mean, how do you deal with something like that?
I mean, it's easy because if this like we're saying like, and I'm saying this by the way in an open sea engagement, so this thing is off like say in the Philippine Sea or something like that. It's not in the Black Sea where it's in the Thunderdome basically. So if this Arleigh Burke is say right where my mouse cursor is right here, that thing has a radar range of about 350 miles. So it's picking up the drones across the state of Alabama or Utah basically in distance. So it picks up all of them at that distance, like the flying ones at least. And then they go, okay, air targets identified, yada yada yada. And then at that point, they can fire off 30 SM3s, and they still have about 60 left in reserve at that point to shoot down about 30 of those 100 drones. Then they can try and deploy some other form of a missile that they may have on board if they wanted to, because they still have about 60 or 70 in reserve. But if they don't want to, then they could start to use the flat cannon, which is basically the main gun of the ship, to be able to shoot down those incoming targets at about 12 miles away. And that flat cannon, especially considering that they'll probably be flying in a tighter formation for control purposes, will be able to take out a good amount of them. And then if any of them get close enough to the ship that they're within point blank range, the CIWS would probably be able to handle the rest of them. So I mean, at that point, if you're talking about a real open sea naval engagement, the aerial drones will probably be shot down a pretty good bit. And even still, even if it wanted to use all of its VLS cells to shoot down those drones while they're 350 miles away and not even let them get close to where they could actually threaten the safety of the ship, they could fire off all their VLS cells and then sail down straight to Guam and then rearm and then go right back into the campaign or the theater. So like there is a way, especially in an open sea engagement, that conventional ships, if they're refit, could like just a little bit and not really that much of a change. They could definitely hold their own. It's just that the war in Ukraine gives a very artificial perspective to how that sort of coastal defense style drone warfare is successful because the Ukrainians only have to hit the Russians 500 miles away. That's the farthest they can get away from Ukraine, and they're still within striking range. If you put that into an open sea engagement in the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean, or the Pacific, that sort of a strategy really wouldn't hold up that long.
I'm not totally convinced about that because our adversaries are actually pursuing the exact idea I'm talking about. I saw some people actually laughing at it, saying that's absurd. That's absurd, man. Why would you want to do something like that? That's goofy to have like an AI-driven mothership or something like that. The Chinese are developing exactly that. That's what they're developing. They're taking container ships, like civilian container ships. They're buying them and converting them to modular drone carriers, and they're putting AI drone systems on board. And it turns out the ship is actually AI driven as well, according to what we know. And they're all capable of deploying air, sea, and underwater drones all at the same time, autonomously using AI. So the way they're getting around the stealth problem is they're simply using container ships, which I think technically is not consistent with the rules of war. But China doesn't give a damn about that anyway, so who cares? But they're taking these carrier ships, these container ships that is, and they're adding these drones to it. So I think our adversaries are a step ahead on this one here. I would personally think that probably is a viable strategy that China is looking at there, and the U.S. doesn't see it to be a serious strategy. And it looks like there's actually a decent number of people in the chat that don't think it's viable either. And also, I don't think the enforcer thinks it's viable, but I think that's going to be a huge gap in our capabilities if we're not looking at that same thing.
I think it's viable, but only in like certain sorts of instances. Like like say a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle is only useful in certain forms of engagements, but not all engagements that an infantryman will get into. Drone warfare definitely has its place for coastal defense. Like, it is basically the modern coastal defense battery, because anything that gets within about 500 miles to shore, you can use a drone against it, or a swarm of them, and it'll be wildly effective, meaning that no one will ever be able to get close to our shores, and no one will really be able to get close to China's. But if we're talking about a major naval engagement, somewhere in the Pacific, that really just won't be that viable of a strategy. And on top of that, let me see if I can find that Chinese, let's see, Chinese drone container ship. Let's see, drone container ship. Let me find that here really quickly. And let me see if I can get some pictures of it, because if I understand correctly, and it appears that I'm not mistaken with this idea, this thing has no defenses built into it. So it is working entirely off of the idea that it looks like a merchant ship, and because of that, it really won't be able to be targeted or dealt with all too much. Actually, it has an AK-630 on the front, so I'm mistaken. It has one CIWS. So if you see one of these things in the distance and it appears to be questionable, you just tell it to stay away, and then if it appears to be getting closer into striking range, you fire a couple of anti-ship missiles at this thing or hit it with some airstrikes, and that thing is cooked. It's over. Like it has a purpose, but only in the element of surprise would this thing have value.
But I think the thing with these ships right here, they're not adding a whole bunch of defenses to it, because a container ship, while it's not good to lose something like that, because they've obviously put money into converting it, it's still something that can be used as generally disposable. It'll have served its purpose. They will have gotten a very good return on investment on that weapon here if they've converted it to a weaponized AI drone carrier, and they don't really care if it gets hit. After it deploys the payload, and then the U.S. sees it and then targets it, presumably, I doubt they'll care, because they'll probably have a lot of these prepared to go, and they'll be using them over and over and over, probably from many different variants.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. This is I think the Achilles heel of this thing. The U.S. has geosynchronous reconnaissance satellites in orbit right now, and they are looking at that thing, and they can look at all the dozens of them they want to build. As soon as that thing leaves port, there's literally a satellite basically hovering over the Pacific right now that's going to watch that exact ship and where it's going. And that intelligence could then be fed from the Space Force, which is operating those satellites, to the Navy or the Air Force or anyone else that's in the area, for them to know exactly where that ship is and to obliterate it once it leaves port. Once it gets into any range that would be of a threat to any sort of a U.S. vessel in the area, that thing gets hit and it's done for. So then at that point, intelligence would be the Achilles heel of this thing, because we're basically going to know where these things are always at after they go out to sea. Because on top of that, it's not like it blends in with normal container ships, because these cargo containers here have to be loaded and handled by the PLA, meaning that this thing has to be given special treatment. And anytime that we see a Chinese ship getting special treatment, we will know that this thing is a Chinese drone ship, and whenever it leaves port, if we're in the midst of war, that thing is not a merchant vessel. It hit that thing with everything we've got and send it to the bottom. So I would say, yeah, like AI has a point for coastal defense, but I just don't really think in terms of open warfare, like in terms of conventional or orthodox naval warfare on the high seas, I don't really think it's going to be extremely valuable to the point that it's going to completely replace a conventional surface ship.
Maybe, possibly. I think personally, my hunch is that the Chinese or even maybe the Russians have been testing something like this before. That's probably how they were launching the drones over Europe. Was probably through a system like that, and they were probably testing its efficiency by doing that. And I just don't think NATO ever had the balls to admit that's what they were doing, and they didn't want to scare people. So I have a feeling that was probably it because we never really got an answer to how they were launching those drones because obviously Europe wasn't launching them. They were showing up all over the place. I think there's still like occasionally a sighting here and there of a drone over European airspace. But I think they were using something like cargo ships to launch them from and probably testing that out.
Yeah, they probably were. And I would say that in some ways, like in coastal defense and for reconnaissance gathering, they do have some sort of value. But I just gotta say, like thinking about it in a conventional naval environment in the high seas, not in a small little, bathtub like the Black Sea. I just don't really like. There's going to be a little bit of value there, but it's not going to be something that completely changes the way that a war is fought, to where every single ship in the Navy needs to be a drone carrying ship and not a conventional surface ship. Like, I just don't think it's ever going to get to that point. There's still room for modern surface vessels like we have today, like with the Arleigh Burkes and the Ticonderogas. At least to me. But I might be in the minority there. It looks like a lot of people are saying that the U.S. should be focusing on AI-driven naval drone ships. So, I mean, that's fairly interesting in its own right there.
Yeah, it looks like 67% of the audience said yes, we should be focusing on AI-driven naval drone ships, while 33% said no, we shouldn't. And I would say I'm still with the yes camp. I would say yes, we should be focusing on that because if the enemy has it, then we have to have it. It's just naturally the case because we can't afford to get in the middle of a war and then realize, oh, well, those AI-driven drone ships that China has, those are actually pretty damn good. We're at a disadvantage because at that point, you're already knee deep in a failure at that point if they're starting to have a major advantage over the United States. So you got to have it before the war starts to have an equal playing field. So it's kind of like one of those things. If they have it, we have to have it, and I think that's what we should be focusing on. Is probably that.
I would still be within the camp of no. Like I would say that in some instances, drone warfare needs to be heavily looked at, like for coastal defense. But I just don't really think that it's going to have that big of a role to play in major high seas naval warfare campaigns. I just don't think it will. So for that reason, I'd have to say no. And I would also have to say, like Avari Mandabradas pointed out something incredibly important as well. Ships require a humongous amount of maintenance while they're underway to get rid of salt buildup on the vessel superstructure and other critical systems, and to stop any sort of corrosion and other sorts of factors that can start to damage a ship while on the high seas. If there's not a single person on board one of those ships are going to start falling apart pretty quickly while they're underway, just because of how harsh the seas are to steel-made vessels like ours that we would have in a drone ship that would be made in the future. So then at that point, you still have to have a crew, and if you're going to have a crew, you might as well just go ahead with a conventional vessel nonetheless. But with that, I hope
That stuff can all be automated. By the way, like there's pretty much nothing that can't be automated at this point.
But I mean, if you automate a robot, though, to go out on the deck and clean the ship, the robot's also made of steel, and it's also made of electronic components that are also getting corroded by the seas. You're like creating an endless cycle of having to have the machines clean the machines to keep the thing underway. Like, a sailor can get covered in salt. He's not going to be comfortable, but I mean, he can still operate. Robots get covered in salt and salt water and corrosion, and they're going to start corroding and falling apart pretty quickly.
Couldn't you just use like an ultrasonic system to clean the ship though? It's like, and also, how clean does the ship really need to be if it's out for like a month or two deployment?
Well, I mean, ships are never on a month or two deployment. They're always on like 6 and 9 month deployments. So, like it's going to be 6 and 9 months of corrosion building up out there endlessly with basically no cleaning. And I don't know of any ultrasonic way to clean a ship, because if they had that, I think the Navy would be using that. And I think from what they know, they still have people basically mopping down the ships basically to clean them. So I don't think that technology exists from what I know. I might be wrong, though.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It seems like there's a way to fix it though. You could either adjust your strategy, like do shorter deployments with drone boats, because it does not a big deal to bring it back and just send out another one in the meantime. But it seems like we could do that. There's got to be some solutions. I mean, we got some. Well, actually, I'll be honest. We don't have very many companies in the United States thinking like that. Usually, they're like wanting to create stuff that's like highly expensive, like mass large drone systems. There's only like a handful that are doing it right, but there's not a whole bunch. They're like the minority of the defense contractors, and they're also they're just now trying to get a foothold, which is concerning because we're behind the curve.
I would agree, I'd have to say. But with that, it is time for us, folks, to move on and into the next one.
And our next one here goes to Crispy, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Crispy, for actually the two $20 supports right there. And we do appreciate that. A total of $40 support from Crispy, and we appreciate you. But Enforcer, what say you?
And we thank you massively for the support, Crispy, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. So a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from the Polish Drunk. And thank you very much, Polish Drunk, for that support. And in his words, he said that he thinks that Hot Dog Man's going to prison. And there's a lot of allegations floating around out there, I will say that. We're not in the business of defaming people, though, unlike him. He doesn't really give a damn. He's defamed us before, and, he just got to get away with it, basically. But, I like to wait and see where the allegations wash up to be. I like to see where they go. So the allegations certainly don't look good against him. It seems like he's very concerned about something, possibly maybe for good reason. But we'll have to wait and see. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I have to wait and see. That's one thing I will have to say. But I also will say that at the same time, I would hope that the law finally catches up to him, because we've dealt with Hot Dog Man in the past a lot more than I ever would have wanted to. He basically tried to terrorize us and try and have our lives ruined and destroyed in numerous dozens of ways, and the guy goes around trying to make himself into the menace of mankind. So generally, I would say that if something does happen to him as far as the law is concerned, I would say that that's more so a benefit to the country, no matter what reason that was conducted over. Because I know that some of y'all who are following that know that that's currently an ongoing, that this whole thing is an extension of the ongoing deal up in Minneapolis. But one thing I'll say is that regardless of political opinion on whether those people who are protesting have a reason to protest or not, one thing I will say is that Hot Dog Man is an absolute menace. And if there is anything that he's done that that law enforcement would consider to be actionable to bring up some form of criminal charges on him on, I would say that would be a benefit for really anyone who's ever run up against the guy or run up across the guy, just cross paths with him. Nobody's ended up for the better that's crossed paths with that fool. So I would have to say hopefully something good will come out of it, which hopefully will be law enforcement action, but who's to say, and we'll have to see how that all pans out in the future. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Robert Betancourt, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Robert, for that support as well. He said, First Green Industries in Slovenia has reorganized with a defense line. NATO is becoming more independent.
That's very interesting to hear, and I thank you so much for sharing that. And Slovenia, what an interesting country. They have a big city there called Ljubljana, which is a really interesting place. I mean, just look at it. I mean, just look at the place. Let's take a look. Ljubljana. Matthew, what do you think Ljubljana looks like? Do you think it looks nice?
I think based on the roofs, it could look nice, yeah.
What are up with these shoes?
Yeah, really, what is up with that?
Huh. A lot of graffiti. I mean, damn, this place.
This is not nice. This is not nice.
I'm not gonna lie. Good God, the graffiti.
What is that? Oh, madness.
Yeah, man. What the hell, man? I gotta say, Ljubljana is looking little rough. This is where the first lady comes from. Damn. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. This place looks like it's still in the siege of Sarajevo back in like the 90s. Let's go look at Sarajevo. What's that even looking like these days down in Bosnia and Herzegovina? Let's see here. Where's the old city? We want to find. Oh, well, I mean, the downtown, that might count.
Look at all the roofs. All the roofs are like kind of red.
Yeah, they all commie. But anyways, let's drop down on the main street and see what Sarajevo's looking like these days. You know, it's crazy, folks. You wouldn't think that one of the most horrendous sieges in Eastern Europe after World War II happened here. I mean, this actually looks better than Ljubljana, to just be straight up.
I feel like we're about to see like a group of people run through the streets talking about pickpocket. Like, I feel like this is the place.
Man, I mean, probably, maybe. I mean, there's still like I'm not gonna lie, folks. Some of these Balkan states, I mean, they are worse for wear. I will say, like I would like to eventually go to some of these places, but I will say that they are definitely economically recessed or depressed, one or the other. I can't really say which, but very interesting though. What in the world is this here? Oh, that's a cemetery in the middle of an interstate interchange. Um, that's really odd. I've never seen that before. I mean, if you get in a crash here, do you just go flying right into the middle of these catacombs? Like, I don't know. Let's take a look at a different part of Sarajevo, like this part right here. Huh. I
They
mean,
need a mower. Have they never heard of a lawnmower?
I don't know. I don't know. You know what? Let's compare that to Paris. Let's just take a look.
Oh, Paris, the
Paris.
city of the Eiffel Tower. Paris, Paris.
Let's try and pick a place. Matthew, I'm going to move my mouse cursor around the map. Tell me stop, and we'll drop it down wherever it goes.
Uh, uh, Move toward the center a little bit more.
No, we're not wanting to
Um,
get there. We're trying to like see a normal part of the city.
Okay, keep going a little bit. Stop.
Okay, so we're over
Hey,
here.
wait a minute, man. You didn't stop where I was told you to stop.
Well,
You kept going like
where-
for a solid second.
Okay, hold up. Where was it then? Because there might have been some lag.
Go
there.
back like a foot. Go
Right-
back like
right
a
about
couple yeah, right about there.
Okay, so the 19th arrondissement. Let's take a look at what it looks like down here. I mean, honestly, this just kind of looks like any city, really.
This is Santé Médicale et Dentaire.
Is this the dental center?
Possibly so. Medident.
Huh. What do you mean by whatever? I mean, oh man, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Paris isn't what people make it out to be. I'll just be honest, but it still is way better than Ljubljana and Sarajevo by like a good bit. Now,
Man, when I look at Paris, I don't really get romantical like people always talk about it. Like, it doesn't really give off vibes like that to me. It kind of like gives off vibes about like, make sure you know where your wallet's at because you don't know if it's gonna get snatched.
pickpocket, pickpocket. Look at all the Romani people hanging out playing the card games. What's crazy, folks, is that back when Romania joined the European Union, a lot of the like Romani folks, like the gypsies basically from Romania, they spread out across Europe because at that point there's really no border restrictions, and that's also why if you ever hear about like the Romani gangs in Paris, that's kind of where they're from, and they popped up really from about the 90s onwards, which is a fairly interesting sort of a deal. But beyond that, that's why that's there. You know what? Let's compare that, though, Matthew, to London. Let's compare that to London. Very comparable city across the way. That'll be a fairly interesting one. So I'm going to move the mouse cursor around. I'm going to get the whole of London in this. I'm going to move it around. Tell me where to stop, and I'll try and get as close as I can considering the lag. So here we go.
Stop.
Oh, damn, bro. Oh, no. Bro, we're in Croydon, man. This is going to be
Mouse,
bad.
I actually told you to stop that right there in Brighton, actually.
Oh, in Brixton, you mean?
Yeah, Brixton. I also said Brighton.
Man, I'm brick. Stop, man. Like, yo, governor. But anyways, let's drop it down and take a look. We'll drop it down here on this main street. I'm not going to lie. Britain's got London is a nice place. Like, London is actually pretty cool.
I think it's considered the rougher side, too. But it's still not that bad looking.
I mean, the irony behind this being one of the rougher sides of London, because if you ever talk to British people, they're always like, don't go to South London, it's bad, or East London. Those are two places they call quite bad. By American standards, this is actually quite nice. I mean, honestly, it's not bad at all.
I will say I think I would get tired of looking at it after a while, though, because after you really start studying it and stuff like that, and you start looking at the buildings. I mean, it looks good from a distance because you're like, oh, it's like these old, like, historic heritage buildings. But after you start looking at them too closely, you start realizing, I think they're a little bit dirty and a little bit shabby, and I think the historic stuff might, get old after a while.
You is spoken critically against the British people, and His Majesty's government shall not allow it. Please grab this man and put him in His Majesty's prison. Like a man.
Say what you want. Say what you want. But I'll still refer to him as Dodgy Dave.
Get him out of here. Like, get him out of here. Oh, man.
Do what you like.
All right, so now, I got to say this, though, folks. This is very interesting. Let's go to another capital, Berlin. Let's go and see what Berlin looks like. All right, I'm going to move it around. You tell me when to stop, and we'll drop it.
Stop.
Okay, so it was about right here, I think. So we'll drop down in here. This is West Berlin, so let's take a look. Oh shit.
Oh, you dropped on the nice side of town. Was that an Aston over there on the left?
Holy bro, this part of Berlin.
Look at the cars. Like, go back up the street. Back up the street where you were.
Let's see here.
Now turn to the right. Let's see here. That was not an S, and that was actually an A-class Mercedes there. But I mean, the cars here are looking a little on the higher end. So I think this might be
Damn.
the posh side of town, actually.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, Berlin's bumping. Like, look at this. This is a nice
Well, not the whole
place.
thing. Trust me, the whole thing's definitely not bumping, but there's certain sides of it that are, like any city.
Oh, wait a minute. You want to see a place that isn't bumping? Let me take you to Dresden.
Well, that's where those bombings happened. The Dresden bombings back in the war.
Oh, well, I mean, hell, it was a shithole in East Germany. I mean, like, let's go take a look at it. Let's see. I might be wrong. That's what I've heard about it. Oh, come on. This is what the Germans, by the way, call economically depressed. I think the Germans are economically privileged because this does not look economically depressed to me. Let's go. Let's go to another part. There's got to be a bad part of Dresden. I've heard so many bad things about Dresden from the Germans online. What the hell? Bruh, Dresden looks fine. What are they
Oh, wait a
talking
second.
about?
I just realized. I wonder what they're paying for those Mercedes and those BMWs since they literally manufacture them there. It's the headquarters of the company. I wonder if they get them a lot cheaper than we do. That's why they have them so often.
I don't. Maybe. I mean, maybe that's why. But they have a lot of different brands here, like that.
Is that that's not that's an Opel.
Is it?
I think so. I think that's an Opel.
Uh, I have to be honest with y'all, folks. I really don't know a
That's
lot
a
of your.
Saab.
That's a sub. You SOB. They got a
That's a
Volkswagen
Volkswagen.
and a Mercedes. This is not bad, y'all. I don't know what the Germans are talking about because they always go, oh, Dresden is a terrible place. This is fine looking. I mean, this is great. We've dropped down in two places now. This looks fine. Someone said Frankfurt's bad. Frankfurt on Main? Is that what you're saying? Let's go take a look. Matthew, where should we go? North, south, east, west, where?
Bring me up north.
All right, we're gonna go up here. Let's drop it down on the main street and see what it's like. Oh, come on. I mean, this is not bad. Like, this is fine. Like, I gotta say.
I mean, don't you understand though? Like the Germans. Here's the thing with the Germans. The Germans, they have a nice, clean place. Now, obviously, there are bad parts. I've seen people walk through the bad parts of all these cities, but there's obviously good parts too. But the German, like architecture, it's interesting looking, but also it's very bland and devoid of like any soul to it. It's very brutalist looking type architecture, and I think that probably gets depressing after a while.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, a lot of Salt Lake's kind of like that when you think about it, especially like the newer parts. So
No,
I'm,
it's not like that. We have like capitalist, hyper capitalist architecture. We don't have this.
I mean, I don't know. Someone said Vilnius, Lithuania. We'll go there. We'll go there. Let's go look at Vilnius. All right,
I
Matthew,
think they're
call
going
it.
off about Vilnius, Lithuania.
All right, Matthew, call it. Where are we dropping?
Now, no, drop it there.
Oh, in the middle of the city?
Yeah, I want to see the middle of it.
All right, let's take a look. Oh, damn.
Yeah, I knew Vilnius was going to be nice.
Oh, Vilnius is kind of popping here. Look at this. Oh, wow. I like Vilnius. Vilnius is cool. Wow, this is nice. This is not
Yeah,
bad
it's
at
it's.
all.
There's a lot of people that love Vilnius. Like Americans like Vilnius. The Europeans definitely love it. Putin loves it. There's a lot of people that want it.
So this is like a little neighborhood on the other side of the. Oh, I forgot the name of the river. But it's the river that goes through the middle of Vilnius. I just forget the name of it though right now. It's just so weird. But I mean, even this place is pretty nice. Very like traditional Lithuanian feeling. Now let's go out to a suburb out here and let's take a look at that because I want to be fair. We've been dropping down in suburbs the whole time, so let's go. Okay, so it
Do the
is.
Europeans really do suburbs like we do it though? Like here's a question for Europeans on the channel that are watching. In America, we have it to where there's downtowns, like the actual city and the city center, and then the surrounding parts of the city. And then if you go further out, there's suburbs, that little like smaller towns outside of the downtown of the city that are like really they're usually really nice. They're also more expensive, and it's usually where people go to build their families instead of building them in the downtown city center. But I think Europeans are different with that. I don't think they really have like proper suburbs. You can live outside the city, but still like a part of the downtown.
Yeah, like I think they have it structured a little bit differently, but they do have suburbs because you can see here like the different suburb areas, like these right here that are literally almost like U.S. constructed suburbs, and we can drop down in them and take a look, and I feel like they'll probably look quite similar, and they do. Like this is like a fair like the buildings are different, but it's a very similar sort of a layout to a U.S. suburb.
Yeah, kind of so, kind of so. Honestly, like the more I grow older, as I'm 25, I'm growing very old. The more I grow older, I see the advantage of being near a city, but also feeling like you're rural as well. The best case scenario, the only problem is it costs a hell of a lot of money to do that. If you want to be like in a like kind of rural area outside the city, that's usually where like people with a lot of money go to like feel like they're living on a farm or something. But that's like the best case scenario is to go like a place like you just looked at right there, right outside of a city.
But I'll also say that living in the middle of the country sucks. Like there's not a lot out there, like even for basic requirements. Like you have to drive long ways to go get anything. I don't feel like that's the case in Europe though, because Europe is fairly dense. So y'all don't have to go far if you live in the country. In America though, if you live in the country, a drive to like a store could be like 40 minutes or something like that just to get to a grocery store, and that becomes extremely laborious because everything becomes a ginormous task because of the travel times. But let's look at one more place, one more city, Matthew, in Europe. A big one that we haven't looked at yet. Think of one and give
Portugal.
Lisbon, you mean? Like in Portugal?
Show me Portugal.
Man, you're talking to me like I'm like like I'm like Alexa, show me Portugal. It's like, oh, okay.
Well,
Let's see.
damn, do it.
Well, I'm trying,
Bring me
man.
down there.
Damn. Bro, you need to go buy yourself. Let's see. Do we want to look in the burbs or do we want to look in downtown? Where are we wanting?
Bring me to the water. I kind of want to see the water.
All right, we're gonna go look at the waterfront here. What does it look like down here in
I
Lisbon,
see a cruise
Portugal?
ship.
Ooh, damn! Wow,
I
man,
need Portugal. It's gonna be nice. I
Portugal is
want to
dissed
see.
on. Like they say that Portugal is poor. Like does not look poor.
Yeah, I mean it does look pretty nice to me. I would like to see it. I like this.
I gotta say, folks. Oh, dang! Look at that. There's one of the cruise ships that just popped in. Oh, look at these guys are waving to the car as it goes by. Hey, we saw you. We saw you. Like, if for some reason anyone knows these people and they watch the show, which is highly unlikely, we saw them on the street view. But let's see. I mean,
No,
this,
yeah, okay, wait. Let's look at one more place though. I mean, this place looks nice, but let's look at one more place to round this thing out. I want to see what the best city in Greenland looks like for where we're going to set up our new homes.
oh,
I'm joking,
well,
by the way. I'm not in support of invading Greenland. Just to make that clear, I'm just joking.
the best city would be Nuke. Very aptly
That's a
named.
bad name for a city.
This is what it looks like.
Oh yeah, bring me to a different spot where they're not like constructing.
Well, I mean, I didn't know you're picky, but let's drop it down. I mean, this is it. This is Nuke.
It looks kind of how you'd expect. Well, they have but look at that house over there on the right. That kind of looks like a America Suburbia style house right there. The way
This
they're
one?
building those. Yeah, I think they're already getting in the spirit.
I'm not gonna lie. There's not really a lot that you can turn Greenland into, folks. It's very inhospitable. This is the best that you can do. This is the best that we would be able to do. And also, on top of that, what American wants to live in Greenland? A lot of people are a big fan of taking Greenland. Who the hell would want to live in Greenland to go work a job there? Not me.
Zoom out a little bit of this thing. I'm trying to let me see. Like, so that's one town. So zoom out some more. Isn't there a town like at the very bottom tip of it?
Yeah, there's some down here.
Yeah, show me those and show me what it looks like on the coast. I'm trying to see what the water looks like, waterfront home, like down there closer to the bottom, where they have like a view out to the ocean.
Oh, I mean, well, this is one of the places right here.
Yeah, I feel like this right here could be hell.
What's up with the chimney? What's up with that? I mean, like, what in the world? So, all right, we want one
That
that's
lower tip right there. That lower, yeah. Let's see what they got. Do they have any town around here? There's a
Oh,
little one.
this
Oh
place.
my.
This looks abandoned. Let's see. There's no street view here. Are there
Yeah,
pictures here?
I don't even think there's a picture. Oh, they do have a picture.
Oh, of just
Oh,
people
that's kind of
flying
beautiful
past it. Like, yeah, they're like, I wouldn't want to be him. There's nothing actually down here, it seems, like as far as like habitable land. Oh, there's one. This is the closest south we can get, Matthew. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, let me see what this looks like. They have a Google Map card that went through here? No, they don't.
Nope.
There's pictures
Nope.
though. Let's see what the pictures look like from these little
Oh,
places. Oh wow.
this
Oh, they
is
have street lights.
this is where that Gordon Fisherman gets the fish sticks from. Is this town? You know what I'm talking about, Matthew? Yar, the seas be rough. Let me go pull them up.
You know the beauty of these places though, like this right here, is everybody in this town knows everybody. So if there's a problem, they all hear about it instantly. Oh yeah, this guy right here. Yeah, this guy right here with the yellow fish stick outfit going on. But also the beauty of these little places right here is when they catch fish and catch stuff to like eat, they all share it because it's such a tight knit community. So they hold like it's kind of like this in Alaska and some like rural places up there too. They'll all get together and they'll all eat the food and share it. So it's kind of like a nice little community. You don't even get that in America anymore. Like there's basically no community left in America. It's all isolated. But the strange paradox is Greenland is super isolated, but yet they have more community than we do.
Man, that's deep. You ought to make a TED talk like on that. Like honestly, like that
I
actually.
need the glasses.
Man, you need to get up on that stage and really act like you're full of yourself. Isolation isn't real. It's only a illusion or something like that, and then go through your TED talk. Man, I got to say, man, TED talks sometimes are good, other ones just aren't. What is this? This is the inside of one of these buildings. This is a store apparently.
Oh, it's a store. So they're also selling some goods. They do have a local economy. Oh, they must be into whaling.
Oh, look, they show off their produce. We have beluga whale. We have, let's see, white whale. We have all kinds of whales here. Oh, relic fresh fish. Fresh fish.
Oh yeah, so swinging the blood.
Look, and fresh meat. You just buy these straight out of the Tupperware. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, living in Greenland would be pretty Spartan. Like, very, very Spartan. Oh, look, there's a church. What do they have for church? Oh, this is their church. Wow, that's actually kind of nice.
Kind of like it looks a little scary for some reason.
Well, Matthew, this place is haunted. But let's see if we can go outside. So this is what it looks like. This is actually quite nice looking right here.
Yeah, it does look quite nice. I just feel like imagine if you just didn't fit in the town. Like imagine if you didn't, like as a newcomer, like as an American, and also we're not building a good reputation there. Imagine if you didn't fit in. If all 90 people didn't like you, you're gonna be really screwed. You're gonna be out here totally alone. Oh look, here's a museum by the way. Nano something. You see him right there. I don't know what that says.
Yo, like, hey, yo, like,
go back and redeem me real quick.
Man,
what does it say? What does it say?
I just want to clarify, everyone, what Matthew said. Like, I don't want y'all to think, what in the world?
I would like to issue a correction here. This is where Fred Flintstone and his wife Betty used to live, or Wilma, or whatever her name was.
Yo, they got the Kanonen.
Oh wow.
Bro, they're going to be defending.
Is that what they're going to be using? Is that what they're going to be using against America when they land?
Bro, they run out of the shack and get to the cannons. Like, bro, it's going to be a fight.
Four.
And they got. Oh, look at this.
Oh wow, look at that. How the hell they have this?
Man, I know you sound like Fred Costanza. How do they have this? Like, bro, like.
How do they have this? Out of all, they don't even hardly have food to eat, but they got the models like that. What the hell's going on,
bro? They got a museum of the sewing machines. They even have a singer. I mean, that's pretty high end right there. And then they got the wicker baskets, and then they got the cruise ship coming on in, and then they got the traditional clothing. I mean, and an iceberg. Whoa.
That's the type that took down the Titanic. That might be why we're going in. We're trying to get revenge.
Man, it wasn't even our ship. It was a British one.
We're trying to get revenge on behalf of the British brethren.
Man, the British brethren? You mean the brethren? Was benevolent. Bro, what is benevolent?
I feel like I'm turning into that kid. Like, the longer I'm talking, I feel like I'm turning into it.
Bro, that's how I be feeling right now.
Yeah, I feel like when I start losing my speech ability, I start looking like that.
You know that one in the middle, folks? That right there is what I feel like my face would look like if I got, like, punched in the balls. I got, like, I'll be doing that. Like, honestly, that's a fairly relatable sort of a facial expression. Rest of them, though, the orthodontist is in short order for a lot of them. But, let's see. Oh, look. That's bear.
Oh, is that a bear or is that a slee stack?
I think that's a polar bear.
Interesting. These guys, these people are savage when they were taking down polar bears. I mean, I'm not sure if we want to mess with them.
Man, I think we just want to leave them alone. Oh, look, they got ducks.
Those aren't mallards. Those are something else.
Man, those are the ones that go, hoo, like the creepy sounding ones. But let's see. We sound so ignorant right now, but I hope y'all are getting a kick out of it. Like, I hope y'all are. We're really hamming this whole thing up.
Let
But
the ignorance flow. We're Americans.
man, what the hell is that damn thing up there? Is that a damn toy boat and a whole bunch of little little action figures? Man, that don't look like G.I. Joe. Like, man, oh man, I tell you.
It's such a crazy thing that we want to upset the Greenlanders, which clearly they're doing their own thing out here, and also apparently trying to survive and stuff like that. We want to upset the Greenlanders and also the Danish to go extract the resources and also take Greenland for ourselves, just because we want the minerals out of the ground. That's kind of that's very American of us.
I would say, ooh, husky. That's a good looking husky right there. That's a healthy looking dog. That thing's eating well.
It is eating well. That whale feeds it well.
Oh, those damn carp, man. But anyways, really interesting little place down here. Also, what is Port Loy? What is this? Oh, this is, I guess, where the cruise ship comes in. This is a tourist town. I mean, there it is, right there, actually. I mean, that's kind of crazy how they just whip up a giant cruise ship bigger than the whole town to drop some people off and have them wander around on shore for a little bit, you know? I always find that bizarre.
Yeah, it seems a little out of place in a place like this right here, where it's kind of like very tight knit and rural and stuff in Greenland. That a massive commercial cruise ship just pulls up and lets people out. It's just a little bit invasive to the people's homes. Like that cruise ship has more people on board than the population of the whole town. It's like a whole invasion force just pulled up.
Bruh, you go to sleep in your town that's literally less than a half-mile across. You wake up in the morning, and there's a cruise ship looming right off of the shore that's literally as wide as the town itself. It has like 4 times the people on it. It's like, that's just... Also, what is up with this? They just got storage for ice back here. You know, like they can just grab it whenever they want. Actually, folks, I heard that if you go out here to this little ice field behind this town, and you go out there in the evening when the sun's about to set, and you put your ear out towards the ice, you can actually hear it go, "Are you an American citizen? Do you have papers?" it's like, wow, how romantic. Ice in Greenland. That's really something. But anyways, with that, folks, we've yapped enough about this whole deal. It's time for us to move on and into the rest of our questions. And Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, did y'all know that the only way to get to Greenland, you have to hop to Iceland first, and then you get over there to Greenland? Did you know that?
Yeah, I did, because Greenland is a territory of Denmark, so I think they only allow flights from other Danish territories like Iceland to make it to Greenland.
Yeah, it's also extremely expensive to get a flight there. Like, if you look that up right now to get a flight from, like, let's say New York to Greenland, it's expensive as hell. Like, they're charging pretty good bucks for that. But anyways, jumping into our next super chat here. This one goes to none other than Robert Krogan. And Robert puts in a 10, and thank you very much for that support, by the way. He said, "Good evening to one and all, and take one from the chat."
And thank you so much for the support, and we will. And so what do we got from the live chat?
And the live chat question is going to go to none other than Love to Travel, who said, "Will the history books see the removal of U.S. forces from the Middle East to the Caribbean as a key loss of the opportunity?"
Probably so. It'll probably be looked at as something along the lines of a strategic blunder, I'd assume. But I do thank you massively for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, we have a 10 from Jeremy Vahill. And thank you very much, Jeremy, for that support. He said, Ki Adi Mundi is responsible for the fall of the Jedi Order. And if he hadn't asked, what about the droid attack on the Wookiees, then Yoda would have still been president for the arrest of Palpatine.
And I thank you so much for the support and sharing that analysis with us of Star Wars lore. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, we have a 10 from W Sub C, and they said, "Are IRBMs super expensive, and are the inert kinetic impactors particularly accurate or destructive? And what's all the hubbub about IRBMs? I don't get it." And they are expensive. They're about $40 million a piece, at least according to estimates, because the Russians really don't say how much they cost, but it's estimated to be about $40 million a piece. So they're not cheap. The hubbub about it is the range, also how fast it is very difficult to intercept, and also it can be nuclear capable. So that's the huge hubbub about it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree with Enforcer Man on that. He pretty much got that down on the nail. And so big thanks to you once again for support and help this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Rye Guy SR. He said, Enforcers 2040, and thank you very much for that vote of confidence. He said, I think Putin's retaliation for the oil tanker will be increased or escalated attacks on Ukraine. Take one from the chat in LSA.
And thank you so much for support, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And I would have to say that's possible, right, guy SR? We'll have to wait and see, but I think that might be a likelihood. And so humongous thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the live chat question in honor of Super Chat is going to go to Adventure, who said, do you reckon they will strike the nuclear sites again, meaning the United States striking Iran, or will they just strike the IRGC command, etc.?
I think they might try and go for both, but I have a feeling that if they do anything, it's probably going to be going after IRGC command and government leadership, most likely. So with that, I hope that is addressed to the best I can, and a humongous thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jay Daw down south, who puts in a 10. And he said, have you heard the proposal to use Grok AI in the Pentagon? And what are your thoughts on that? And thank you for the hard work.
That would be ridiculous. Like, I don't think that AI should be used in the Pentagon for any level of decision making, if that's what I'm assuming is the case. Using AI to help with military strategy and decision making sounds like a pitfall for creative ideas and any sort of any sort of an ability that our enemy would be able to predict exactly what we're going to do, because our military strategy is being formulated by a computer. So I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Moby Duck. And thank you very much, Moby Duck, for that $10 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. We also have another 10 from Moby Duck. He said, is there any validity to the rumors about Israel possibly testing a nuke last night with the earthquake and the fighter jet scramble?
Oh, no, not that I know of. A nuclear test would be pretty blatant for the larger part. So from what I know, they did not. But I hope that does address that the best that I can.
Israel doesn't have nukes.
Oh, he's real funny with that one. Oh, he's funny. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you know, crickets.
It's supposed to be crickets. It's supposed to be crickets.
Israel actually does have nuclear weapons.
No.
But from what we know, they officially state that they don't. So everything's fine,
Yeah.
everyone. Everything's fine. So with that, we're on to the next one. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running.
Indeed. And our next one here goes to Robert Betancourt, who puts in a 10. He said, in 1975, there was a cargo submarine thought of, which would replace the 4 supply ships for a battalion, month supply, nuclear powered.
And you know, Robert Betancourt, that is true. And then they looked into it, and then it largely became financially infeasible. And that's why it was never followed through on, is because the project would be extremely expensive and provide not really a lot in terms of supply efficiency or ability. So with that, I thank you for the support, but that actually, it was something that was explored as a possibility. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Robert Hendrickson. He said, one of the things I keep thinking is that the president gave up Bagram and the former president blundered it badly, and we could have had it as a rapid response forward position to help in Iran. Well, that is an interesting thing there, because many people misunderstand this whole thing here. The Bagram withdrawal, I believe, was started, and also correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was initiated by the current president before the last president took charge. And the last president was in charge of actually withdrawing the troops from Bagram, but he bungled it quite badly. I think most people agree on that at this point, that he messed that up quite badly with the way he withdrew the troops. But you know, that's a tough one with that, because the Chinese are building a road into that country, by the way, now, and we have no way to check on it really, because we're not in that country, and all we can do is rely on our intelligence sources to figure out what they're doing in that country. So I think that was a kind of a bad idea, and now they want to go back and get it, and it's too late now.
And also, really quickly, I want to see if I can get this here for you, so that way we can find it here. It is, let's see. Here you go. So I just want to make sure to get the facts on this, because this is always something, like, a lot of people never really read the important text that matters, and I think that this is where a lot of misunderstandings come from in the public. And I'm just gonna say the names clearly, because it's going to be confusing otherwise. Trump was the one under his administration that started the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in February of 2020. And so generally, that is something that we already have understood to be the, well, actually, sorry, correction. Well, hang on, hold up. No, 2020 was the election year, so this was started under that time. I had to make sure and think there really quickly. But this was started under Trump in February 29th of 2020. And so this is the first part of the agreement. And this is the actual agreement, mind you all, that was actually signed between the two. This is directly from the State Department's website. A comprehensive peace agreement is made of 4 parts. Here is number 1: guarantees and enforcement mechanisms that will prevent the use of the soil of Afghanistan by any group or individual against the security of the United States and its allies. Guarantees, enforcement mechanism, and announcement of a timeline for the withdrawal of all foreign forces from Afghanistan. That's clause 2. So clause 2 in this agreement that was agreed to in Qatar under the authority of the President of the United States and also the Taliban was that all foreign forces, including all U.S. forces, would completely leave Afghanistan within a set period of time. It's misunderstood nowadays that Trump actually wanted to keep Bagram, which is not true at all. Trump also planned on leaving Afghanistan completely. Whether he won a second term or not, the U.S. was going to completely leave Afghanistan, and everyone else that was there with us was also going to be completely gone by some point. I believe it was in the latter part of 2020. Or even in the earlier part of 2021, and then it was extended by Biden to where that withdrawal was fully conducted by the latter part of 2021. But that's something that a lot of people misunderstand, is that Trump did not want to keep Bagram. He was abandoning it, and that's what we agreed to right here, is that we were agreeing to the withdrawal of all foreign forces from Afghanistan. That includes us, because foreign in this instance is being used as in anyone who's not an Afghan. That's everyone who's in the text here as foreign. That includes us. So people always say, well, Biden screwed it up because he gave up Bagram. Biden didn't screw it up by giving up Bagram. It's actually Trump who screwed up, because if we're saying that that's a mistake now in hindsight, Trump's administration was the one who agreed in this treaty to the complete withdrawal of all U.S. forces and giving up Bagram.
Well, actually, let me correct that, actually, because apparently that's not accurate. So apparently, reading the research I'm reading right here, apparently our current president that we have right now said that he actually opposed abandoning Bagram. He was going to withdraw most U.S. troops from Afghanistan, but keep a small residual force at Bagram so that way we didn't lose it. And he was going to use it for intelligence gathering purposes. But what actually happened was Biden, I'm just going to say his name because I can't really avoid saying it, but Biden came in and then fully abandoned Bagram, and then also bungled the exit from Afghanistan completely. So at least according to what I'm reading here, it looks like the current president did want to keep Bagram. He wanted to get out of the country, but he wanted to keep Bagram at least.
Well, but the thing is, though, is that on February 29th of 2020, which this is the agreement, like, this isn't just research, this is literally the written agreement as per the State Department's website. Part 1, the United States is committed to withdraw from Afghanistan all military forces of the United States, its allies and coalition partners, including all non-diplomatic civilian personnel, private security contractors, trainers, advisors, and supporting services personnel within 14 months following the announcement of this agreement, and will take the following measures in this regard. And then it goes through the exact details as to how all U.S. forces in the country are going to leave and no one will be left behind. So, like that, like whatever you're researching there, that sounds like something he's saying now in hindsight about, I would have wanted to keep him there, but the agreement that his administration, with his authority, agreed to in Qatar with the Taliban was that all U.S. forces would be gone within 14 months. And then that was pushed further back by Biden, because within 14 months of this agreement would have been around, I believe it was late March or April of 2021. But then Biden pushed that back, I think, into about September or October of 2021, because there was some issues that they were having with actually pulling out. And then that's when the Taliban started their offensive and the whole thing started to implode in on itself. And then that's when the disaster happened. But this is the literal agreement. Like, this isn't like research, just Googling what other people are saying and stuff. This is the literal treaty that was agreed to between the United States and the Taliban from the State Department's website. This is the exact text of it, and it makes it clear that what Trump agreed to was the complete withdrawal of U.S. forces, including the abandonment of Bagram Air Force Base.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. I'm currently trying to look at it here. There's obviously a lot of confusion because there's a lot of statements made after the fact about, oh, I said this, but it turns out that some things weren't actually said. There's a lot of things that are revisionist history on certain things like this, But yeah, I mean, it appears to be that you're likely correct based on what I'm seeing here. But you're probably correct. Also, I mean, the agreement does say getting troops out of Afghanistan. So I don't know. Like this is a interesting one.
Let's see. I want to make sure here. Let's see. Let's see. The United States. So this is all, here you go right here. This was signed in Doha, Qatar on the 29th of February 2020, which corresponds to this certain year of the Hijri lunar calendar, yada yada, Hoot 1398, so and so other calendars, each text being equally authentic. So this was authenticated, and this was the agreement that was signed. And I want to make it clear, and I'm not saying this to try and make a political deal out of it, but this is just the historical fact of it. Trump was the one that agreed to the complete withdrawal of U.S. forces out of Afghanistan. So if we're ever going to say that the complete withdrawal of U.S. forces, including the abandonment of Bagram, was a strategic mistake, that mistake actually falls on Trump more so than Biden. Biden at that point, if we're talking in realistic sense, is bound by treaty that we have already agreed to with the Taliban. So if Trump signed an agreement, this is how it actually works in real life, that we're completely leaving Afghanistan, whether Biden liked that or not, he's still bound to that arrangement, and we still have to leave completely, because otherwise, if we break a treaty, we go back on our word, and then that creates a whole bunch of issues, which generally you don't really do. Like for example, with Nixon actually had the U.S. under his authority signed the Paris Accords of 1972 with North Vietnam, stating that North Vietnam and South Vietnam would be entering into a indefinite ceasefire, and that would also allow for the U.S. to withdraw from Vietnam. After Nixon resigned due to the Watergate scandal in 1975, actually it was in 1974, North Vietnam then broke the ceasefire and began a sweeping offensive of South Vietnam, technically breaking that ceasefire. But for all intents and purposes, the agreement that we made that U.S. forces would withdraw from Vietnam was then followed through on by Gerald R. Ford, as per the agreement of the Paris Accords of 1972, and we never got involved again on Vietnam's side. And also it was wildly politically unpopular to do that in the United States as well. But that's the sort of political situation that exists in this sort of a deal, is that if someone signs an agreement, whether you're from a different political party and whether you like it or not, it's a binding international agreement at that point. You generally have to still follow through on it, no matter how much you like it or how much you hate it. So this article here makes it quite clear. Biden wasn't I would say Biden definitely screwed up a lot of stuff that came with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I also want to make it clear the equipment was planned to be left behind anyways, because it's more expensive to actually transport it back to the States than it was to just abandon it inside of Afghanistan. And it was also abandoned because we expected that the Afghan government was going to survive and that it wouldn't completely collapse to where any of that would fall into the hands of the Taliban. So that was more so an unexpected sort of a development in all. Oh, actually, we knew that the Afghan government was going to collapse, but we didn't expect it to collapse as badly as it did, as quickly as it did when that happened. But I would say that
The problem is with the withdrawal. Like I'll be honest, it seems like you're right on the whole thing about who started the withdrawal, and also Bagram really wasn't mentioned in that agreement signed in 2020 in Doha. So it appears to be you're right, but I do know for a fact what went wrong with the bungled withdrawal from Afghanistan. The huge strategic mistake they made is they consolidated the U.S. forces that were in charge of evacuating people at the international airport. They left Bagram and went all the way over to the international airport, and that's where everything went awry, because you really can't defend the international airport. It's very hard to defend it. It's hard to get a perimeter, and that's why we had people getting killed left and right over there, is because they couldn't defend it, and the soldiers got caught off guard, and these people showed up and got them. That's what went wrong. At least if they evacuated from Bagram, they could have at least had a defensible perimeter that was already at the base, and they could have gotten out generally a bit safer. So that's what went terribly wrong. It was the decision to go to the international airport. That was a huge mistake.
So here's actually something interesting about that as well, because that was a huge blunder. But here's also something that made this a rock and a hard place sort of a situation. Not to run interference here, but also explain the harsh reality of what had happened. The Afghan government collapsed so fast, the U.S. could not even really work around it and figure out how to make things work. So we had tons of people in Afghanistan that we had to get out. People who worked with the U.S. military, liaisons, translators, informants, and others that we couldn't leave behind because they were going to get killed by the Taliban. So we had to figure out how to get them all out. And a lot of them were in Kabul. So we had a choice. We either abandoned Bagram and went down there to the Kabul International Airport, which was the closest to them, so that way we could try and get them evacuated in as seamless a process as possible. Or we completely abandon Kabul, which was already in the process of being done at that point, and we hold down Bagram, but all of those people, the thousands of them, will somehow have to make it to Bagram, with the Taliban probably in control of the whole surrounding area by that point, meaning that a lot of them would get captured and killed, to then try and get them out of the country. So then there was a rock and a hard place problem there, because either we are going and abandoning Bagram to try and get all these guys out, so that way they hopefully don't get killed by the Taliban, so that we don't send a message to everyone else who works with the U.S. around the world. If you work with us and things go south, you're up shit creek without a paddle, and, why in the world even be on our side anymore? Or we went and we held our spot in Bagram, and then they all drove up there, and probably a lot of them would have ended up getting killed in the process. So
Yeah, but they could have withdrawn and also evacuated civilians months before the military actually withdrew. Like the last guys that we had inside of Afghanistan, they could have been evacuating them months before, and they could have done it in a much more orderly fashion. Like that could have been done very, very organized beforehand. But they tried to do it all at once. Like as the soldiers were leaving, they also tried to get all the civilian interpreters and all the other people that work for us out at the same time. That was a huge mistake. And then also going to the international airport, that was like the nail in the coffin pretty much for that whole situation. Y'all remember the videos coming out, these people like clinging on to the landing gear and literally falling off the aircraft as they were leaving the international airport. It was a disaster. Like that was a really bad situation.
yeah, it was a bad situation. I will say that was all mishandled quite heavily. But also at the same time, I have to say, because, like in the modern day, there's a lot of political revisionism that goes into every piece of what happened over that period of time. And the Trump administration tries to make itself into this being that was all benevolent with hindsight, to where it was never at fault for anything bad that came out of our withdrawal from Afghanistan, including the loss of Bagram, when that's not the case, because they made the agreement and signed the treaty with the Taliban that authorized a complete withdrawal and abandonment of all U.S. forces out of Bagram, and the whole country for that matter. So I would have to say, getting back to answering your question, Robert, I would say that generally that's a failing of all sides. Failing on Biden for completely screwing up the evacuation in its latter months, but a complete blunder by Trump for signing a treaty that actually created the full withdrawal, including the abandonment of Bagram, which was a strategically important air base. But then there's a whole bunch of complicated stuff that goes into that, because if we try and hold Bagram, we basically have to try and prop up the Afghan government indefinitely that we had there. Because if they collapse, then Bagram's surrounded by the Taliban. And if we're surrounded by the Taliban, then the Chinese could just arm them with air defense, and then Bagram's pointless at that point. And then we have hundreds or thousands of U.S. soldiers besieged at Bagram. So then that situation would be a real shitter. So then we would either have to prop up the Afghan government indefinitely to try and keep Bagram, or we would just have to abandon the entire thing and let it collapse. So really a tough situation all around. But still, blame is generally equally split between those two, if you wanted to blame anyone for the fall of Bagram and also the mishandling of the Afghan withdrawal. But I do thank you massively for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Daniel, who puts in a 10. He said, "What is this benevolent joke all night? I feel left out."
So there's this guy, like, I don't know his name, but there's this guy who's been making the circles these days because he uncovered something in Minnesota dealing with daycares. And he was on some show with this other guy, and this other guy said, well, don't you think something on something another, that's benevolent? And the word benevolent, I'm sure many of y'all know what that means. So this other guy said, what's benevolent mean? And Matthew sent me that clip over the gram last night, and I saw it, and I died laughing at it. And so we've been making that joke all night long, but that's where it's come from. And apparently a lot of people are joking on that guy because he doesn't even know a basic word like benevolent. What's benevolent mean? Oh man,
yeah, that's a tough one right there. It seems like, at least if it was me and I didn't know what the word meant, which I know what benevolent means, obviously, I think most people know what that word means. But even if I didn't know what the word meant, I would have at least played along like I knew what it meant to like a certain degree, so I didn't look like an idiot. I got him straight upset, and then he mispronounced the word too when he repeated it back to me. He said, "What's benevolent?" It's like, it's benevolent. It's not malevolent. It's like the dude's not even hearing the right word.
Man, he was talking about that brand new movie, Malevolent. Like, he was talking about that brand new movie.
About that Disney film.
Oh man, Oh man, but that's the inside joke that we've been mentioning on air all night long. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to W Subsea, who puts in a 5. He said Greenland should rename itself to Epstein Island because it would no longer be discussed as an object of desire anymore.
Oh, damn. Honestly, that might not be wrong, though. Maybe they want to look into that. But a big thanks to you so much for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Terry Sanford, who puts in a 5, along with Kevin. And thank you very much, Terry and Kevin, for that support, and we appreciate that. And we also have a 5 from W Subsea once again, who said, will the USA target the Mexican fentanyl, given the USA pardon the former Honduran president, and will the USA pardon Maduro, and maybe another Nobel emolument?
I would say, though, it looks like we're trying to target the fentanyl in Mexico somehow, some way. But outside of that, I don't know if we're going to be giving a pardon to Maduro. I have a feeling we might not. And also, I don't know about another Nobel. I'll be honest with you, I think the Nobel Committee is looking at what just happened today and probably frowning about that. So I'm pretty sure that he just knocked himself out of the running for the next round of Nobel nominees that's going to be coming around the pipe soon. So I hope that does address that well, and I thank you, Master, for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Evil Name, who puts in a 5. And they said, I've been watching for the last couple of months. I like this coverage. Here's a few bucks for the info, and keep that up.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying our info, and thank you so much for enjoying the show. And so a huge thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Taoist Auditor, who said World War II Soviet anti-tank dogs trained to find food under T-34, and it worked so well they avoided the Panzers and looked for food under the T-34s, and check it out.
Oh, I know. And the part that you didn't mention there, I'm sure you didn't because YouTube wouldn't allow it, is that the dogs would usually have some sort of an anti-tank mine on them when they were doing that. So honestly, very cruel. But that's what the Soviets did try to do in the Second World War, and it didn't work because they would train them on Soviet tanks instead of German ones. So they would run under Soviet tanks instead, and then they'd do what would end up happening, and they'd take out a Soviet tank instead of a German one, which kind of serves them right for doing something that sick. Like I don't know what's wrong with the Soviets and dogs, but they mistreated dogs throughout the entire history of the Soviet Union. But with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Nico Hudson, and he put in a 5. He said, if you could only eat one meal for the rest of your life, what would it be? And if I could only have one meal for the rest of my life, I'm not sure if I'd make it past a week because I don't think I could survive without more than one meal for the rest of my life. That'd be a tough one.
The monotony. Oh, geez.
The monotony of that. No. It's only one meal for the rest of your life.
Oh, you'd starve to death. Oh.
If he means like if you could have only one type of meal for the rest of your life, I would say probably like let's see here. That's a tough one because you gotta be careful what you pick there. Probably just pizza. Honestly, I'll probably just pick pizza.
I'll probably pick pizza too. That's probably the most versatile and probably most enjoyable on a repeatable basis, in my opinion. So, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And someone just said, it sounds like your feelings are hurt by Venezuela's latest peace prize. Well, I gotta say, my feelings aren't hurt, but one thing I do have to say is that it does infuriate me to see people getting participation trophies, because that's a real snowflake-like behavior, that we have to go around giving out Nobels to people who didn't even win them, like a little participation trophy for them, and they get a little FIFA Peace Award and everything. I just gotta say, it's always a little bit weird to me, because I'm not one for awards at all. I think, honestly, a lot of them are a waste of time, but, your whole movement talks about how people are wimpy and soft these days because they have to get a medal for everything, and this guy's getting medals for stuff that doesn't even count, or it didn't even exist, and they literally made one to give him a participation trophy. I'm gonna be straight up. I heavily subscribe to that sort of an idea that participation trophies are absolutely stupid, and I really find most trophies, even if you deserve them in first place, I find them dumb. I do stuff for the enjoyment of it. I don't care if people think we're good at it or not. And so it's just so goofy to me to watch this guy having to go around and have his ego stroked by endless participation trophies when everyone can agree that's really goofy, like for anyone for that matter. But anyways, I'm just being honest with you here. I know you might not like to hear that, but that's the truth of it. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from K4005. They said, if the USA attacks Greenland and they use Article 5, does that mean the USA fights the USA?
No, that means everyone fights us, basically. So I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Seth, who puts in a 5. And Seth said, do you think that this fight with Iran is the bigger battle in the scheme to keep China reliant on buying with US dollars through oil?
Possibly. It might be. But we'll have to generally see in the long run. But I do thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert Hendrickson, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Robert, for that support. He said, I'm throwing in more because you gave my point a nonpartisan look. Terrible strategy is terrible strategy, and we've been failed by both presidents.
I think
It is strange. It is strange to Robert. It is kind of strange with that. The weird part is this, and hopefully people don't take this really emotionally or something, but this is just a neutral observation. The current president we have, in my personal opinion, has terrible advisors, and he doesn't listen to them anyway, so that's a huge problem. The last president we had also had terrible advisors, and I'm not sure if he was really able to comprehend the advice that they were giving. So between those two, we've had a lot of bad decisions being made over the last 8+ years between those two. The other ones before that, they weren't perfect, but I think they were light years better than the last two we've had. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to agree, and generally that's something, Robert, that you won't hear out on YouTube, because on YouTube there's two different types of YouTubers who do this. There are people on the left who will say that everything is Trump's fault, even if he wasn't involved in it. And then there's the people on the right who say everything's Biden's fault. In reality, especially with Afghanistan, it's really both of their fault, because it was bad decisions made on both of their ends that led to the complete disaster, the travesty that we saw there at the very end in late 2021. And you know, it's so weird to me because here's the thing. Nobody has an invested stake in a political party unless you're an actual member of that party's convention, like the Democrats or the Republicans. Nobody has an invested stake in either of those parties. I don't know why some people act like their entire life depends on their political convention being right all the time, because it's not like anyone in the United States, myself included, has a vested stake in that party succeeding or failing, depending on which one. I'll just call it for what it is. I mean, I'd rather know who's at fault. If it's both at fault, that's great. I would rather know that straight up, though, and know the facts and the info behind it, instead of sticking my head in the sand and saying that someone who was equally at fault is not wrong for anything. Like I don't get that, because the U.S. is a business at the end of the day. At least the business of politics, domestically and on foreign policy, is a extension of some form of business. And when I come to business, I don't really sit there and have a lot of scruples about whether I like someone or not. It's really more so about whether something is effective or not. And if something is not effective, I don't really care if I like the guy or not. If it's not effective, it's not effective, and that's just what it is. And a lot of people really can't get outside of that and really think in that sort of a aspect, because this isn't Alabama and Auburn, and this isn't any other goofy sort of a sports football game where you have to root for your team no matter what. This is U.S. politics. So you know, it's like if you look at that in foreign policy, it's like, who's at fault? They're both at fault. All right, now we know. It's like, so that's a non-issue. We can't really dish out anything on anyone because they're both equally liable. So we'll just move on to the next topic and then see who in the world's more liable for one thing or the other from there. You know, and then make our decisions based off of that. I don't really care the political leaning of whoever ends up being right or wrong on that. I just care about getting a correct answer, or the answer that is the most beneficial out of them. So I hope that
We're just not getting smart people anymore. That's the problem. For whatever reason, either the voters aren't voting for the right people that have intelligence because they're not exciting enough, or smart people aren't wanting to run for politics because it's gotten so nasty and so disgusting. They don't even want to be involved with it. They're smart enough to stay away from it. So I don't know what the deal is, but we've gotten stupid, like more stupid candidates as the years have gone by, and I don't see it improving anytime soon. So how about that for the people out there that think we're political? I think they're all stupid. That's what I think.
That's
pretty as non-political as it gets.
I've been saying that for years. I'm like, I don't like them either. I don't like either of them. And then, folks, I listen to the folks that they have right now as their political runner-ups. I'm not going to get into naming them, but they already have their picks at this point on the left and the right for the next presidential election and all of the congressional runnings that'll be opening up here soon. Because if you're ever voted into a position in the House of Representatives or a senator, you basically hold that position for life. You're basically like a lord of a fiefdom in this country at this point, because no one will ever vote you out for bad performance, which is the voters' fault. That's entirely the voters' fault. Those people could be voted out and replaced. No one wants to. But outside of that, though, with the situation with the president, they're already getting their next runs going up, and I got to tell you, they're all stupid. I mean, like, I can already, like, I'm not even going to say their names, but I can already tell you all up front right now, I'm not pleased with any of the options. None of them have any sense. None of them have any deeper insight or critical thinking into anything. None of them have any good viable experience. They have experience being career politicians, but I will say this, some people are not career politicians and they're quite effective at administration. Some people are career politicians and they're also quite effective at administration, but there are also career politicians that are in there greasing their pockets. And those people I don't really like too much. And I haven't really seen one that doesn't fall out of that metric recently.
Yeah, if someone's a career politician, what that says about that person, in my personal opinion, this may be controversial to people, that means that person is really good at navigating a very corrupt, very nasty, slimy system. And they're so good at it, they've been able to withstand the rigors of this horrible system, which throws wrenches at you left and right. They're able to withstand it, and they're able to lie their way to keep that position. That's the way I look at it. That's why career politicians aren't a good thing, because if someone can withstand it for that long, then there's something probably wrong with that person if they're there for that long. Because I mean, how the hell do you withstand that all these nonstop political attacks, and also people trying to gang up on you too? Because I mean, politics is a brutal world. You have other people that are even on your team, on your political party, will gang up on you if you don't do exactly what you are supposed to do. They'll gang up on you.
But I mean, at the same time, though, there's been a lot of career politicians that were pretty good. I mean, we have a lot of presidents that would fall under that category, like FDR or Teddy Roosevelt, and presidents like that. Let me think of some others. I mean, hell, before the whole Watergate thing, Nixon wasn't that bad at all. I mean, he won almost unanimously in his second reelection. There's been a lot of career politicians that did pretty damn good, but there's also a decent amount of them that are just straight up crooks, basically. And the thing is nowadays, though, nobody has the discernment to be able to tell between them. Because there are career politicians who are effective, but there's also career politicians who are completely ineffective, and they're just raking in money for their own pockets through speaking arrangements and, so on and so forth. And nobody is discerning between the two because they just listen to like a TikTok or a Zinger or something like that. And
They're smooth talkers. That's their smooth talkers. They're con men. They're confidence men. They know how to capture the public's. I guess you could say, what is it? Well, they're not the ire of the public, but more like the mystique of the public. They know how to capture it. They know how to say the right things. It makes people overlook all the stuff they're doing behind the scenes, and they smooth talk people. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, it works on them. I mean, for people that really study what they're doing, they'll be like, "Hey, wait a minute, that doesn't even line up." But that's not who they're vying for. They're vying for the people that don't pay attention, and that's who they're winning.
Yeah, but then a lot of those people these days, folks, they act like it's their job to be as vocal as possible in their ignorance, and tell everyone else that they're wrong and try and beat people down. Nowadays, folks, politics is run by mobs of incredibly ignorant and unintelligent people, and those are basically the main people that speak the political points for either party and are the main supporters of those parties that are the most vocal. You don't really get anyone intelligent anymore. And some people will think, well, there's an intelligent guy on the left or the right. I can tell you right now, they're not. They sit there and all they do is they look intelligent because they fling out zingers at folks. And zingers do not count for intelligence. Anyone as dumb as rocks can throw out a zinger. It takes a lot more intelligence to do something more than just zingers. And if you ever look at any of the main speakers these days, on the left or the right, watch how they talk to people. It's always fast talking, it's always zingers, gotchas, and no substance. Like, I can tell you that for all of them. It doesn't matter whose side they're from. And that's not intelligence.
You got to imagine. I mean, how smart would you be? But I think this is why smart people don't go into politics. Also, smart people with morals. That's a good thing to add to it. You have to have morals and also be smart. The reason why those people don't go into it is because why would you? You're going into a system that rewards people who basically sell their morals for cash. That's something that somebody with morals isn't going to want to participate in. You're also going into an environment that's backstabbing. People will turn on you in a heartbeat if you don't do exactly what they want you to do. And also, you're expected to follow the herd. Like, you don't get to go in there. Like, for example, as a senator or a representative, you don't get to go in there and start voting the way you want. Whatever party you belong to, you'll either fall in line, rank and file, or you're going to get locked out of all the committees. You're not going to have any committee assignments, and you're going to be a sitting duck, or a lame duck is more like the term. Not a sitting duck, but a lame duck. You'll be a lame duck at that point. You'll be useless. So they can essentially throw you out of office just by not allowing you onto committees, and you're screwed at that point. You're probably not going to get reelected because everybody's going to hate you at that point. So, and also, not to mention, you're not going to get the party bucks to get reelected anyway. You got to have the money from the party to be able to run, and also you got to have their blessing too to be able to run. So, nobody smart wants to go into that. Like, most people are like, hell, I'll go take my chances in the private sector and go do something in private business or something before I go get involved in that cesspit.
Yeah, and it's so stupid, folks, because you'll sit there and you'll watch. Like I watch it. Like I watch the domestic political stuff from time to time, not a lot. I can't really bear listening to the stupidity of it a lot, but I'll sit there and listen to it. And if you know anything about Alabama and Utah, they're very different states. Like, technically, they both are in the same political party, but just using them as an example here, Utah's main industry here in the state is finances and banking and also headquartering. That's one of the big things that they do. That's how they make a lot of money. And in the meantime, one of Alabama's largest industries is manufacturing. Two completely different states. But if you watch them in Congress, their representatives and senators will almost vote lock and step, even if some laws will end up being detrimental to the financial industry, which is a big part of Utah's economy, or to the state of Alabama's manufacturing industry, and they just vote the same way because in the modern sort of a system that we have right now, there's no nuance for the representatives or senators to actually vote for their constituents' best interest. They just have to toe a party line, no matter what. It's the same thing for the Democrats as well. I just used a Republican example, but you can look at, Democrat states that have completely different industries and completely different interests because of that, but they'll all vote the same way. And it's like, that's just insane. Like, I don't really understand that, because it's like they should be voting for what's the best interest for their constituency, but then their constituents don't even know that, because if they vote out of line in the interest of their constituents, then the press is going to hit these people and they're going to tell you how much they are of a crook and a traitor, and they're trying to screw you and destroy you, when they might have actually been looking out for your interests as their constituent and not voting for something that might not be in your interests. It's a wild sort of a thing there. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, by the way, folks, we are starting to run a good bit over time. I think Matthew, that's what you were trying to tell me. My phone isn't showing it to me at the moment, and I think we do need to get to some more questions because we are desperately running out of time. Yeah, we actually do.
Yeah.
I'd agree. So with that, we're on to the next one.
So our next one goes to K4005 once again. And they said, before you guys get off the air, can we see how I make the tea from snow? North Korean propaganda. Snow is throwing right out in the UK.
Oh man, I wish we could, but sadly we are going way over time at this point. But I do thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are moving on to this. Also, I see some people, of course, getting in the chat and be like, "No, it's only the older party this way." No, it's both. I promise you. Like take a step back. Don't get so invested in your own party and look at it. Everyone, like, it's not one party or the other that takes orders from the top and doesn't allow for disobedience. Both parties take orders from the top, either from their national convention or from some single individual, and any sort of deviance is strictly prohibited and will be punished severely, either in Congress and out of Congress. It's a national issue at the moment. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Plazoth, and thank you very much, Plazoth, for actually a $3 super chat. We do appreciate it. And also a big shout out to Mark Andre Burnett, who put in a 1 as well. Hey! And thank you very much, Mark, for that support. We also have a 2 from Robert Planting, who said, be kind to yourself and others.
And I would agree. And a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Bruce Lee, who said, is there a Flight Radar 24, but for ships?
Yes, there actually is. It's Marine Tracker. We actually have it right here. It's Marine Traffic actually. It's the exact same thing as Flight Radar, but this is actually for ships only. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, I believe, are actually going to be moving on into the live chats. Due to time constraints, we'll be getting the Morse code decoders and then 3 live chats and rounding this thing on out for the night. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So we have Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Airbell, Her Royal Fluffiness, Kush, Kopiteric, Cy, and Brian. They said the Morris says Russia wants to be a really big boy, and they know getting knocked around a little. LLT, LOC.
And ding, 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 that's the sound of money. Y'all got that dead on the nail. That's Morse code message of the night. I gotta say, a huge congrats to y'all once again for getting that correct. Truly impressive and truly profound. And I gotta say, that's a wonderful thing to know. The Lee Springer Signal Corps gets the correct time and time again. And so with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into our live chats. We're on to the third to last one of the night.
And this one goes to In Hansen, who said, how do we know that those militias aren't going to join the revolution inside of Iran?
It appears that some of them, the Iraqi ones will not because they're getting paid by the Iranian government, and the revolutionaries don't pay them. So that's generally how we would know. And so with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Mark, who said, how many IRBMs fail when they fire them just to get the 6 on the target?
I actually don't know. We believe they only fired just the one, from what we know on the Lviv attack, but we are still trying to get a little bit more info from that because the Russians are, of course, tight-lipped on that whole deal. So I hope that does address it the best we can, and we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to Nick, who said, has Ukraine given up on flattening the Crimean bridge?
I generally think they have. It just doesn't really serve a big enough strategic purpose anymore to justify obliterating it. And so I think they've kind of just walked off from that whole thing. And honestly, I wouldn't blame them. I would have walked off from it as well at this point. And so with that, I hope we have addressed that well. And we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I thank you all greatly for watching this show tonight. We have had a peak viewership tonight of 15,000 people. And 120,000 people have watched this show before it ended. We thank you all so much once again for your time and also enjoying the show, because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to have a crowd to be able to talk to every night on the news. And also, we thank y'all greatly for considering this channel to be y'all's primary trusted source of news. And so with that, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is enough news to make a short war video, Enforcer Matt will be the one making that short war video. And so with that,
it's my turn.
It's my turn on the Xbox. And so with that, we will see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Granny, Ram Slava. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic. And a big shout out to Kif, 4005. It's running a £2 donation to say, how do I make tea from snow? Yeah, it's quite simple, really. But a huge thanks to you once again, and a good night to y'all, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, it is now my turn, of course, tomorrow to make the short war video. So we haven't made one in about 7 days. So we've been sort of taking a small little hiatus from it, not by choice, but because there's really not enough news to cover midday for a short war video. So maybe tomorrow that'll change. Maybe Friday will be the day that it changes on January the 16th. We'll have to see, though. But in the meantime, thank you all for joining us once again tonight. We had another whopping audience tonight of 120,000 plus people, and we appreciate you all for joining us and choosing us as your news source. But in the meantime, we will see you tomorrow night, definitely on the stream at 10 p.m. Eastern, and we'll see you all then. But in the meantime, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.